Darren, if you can let us know when we're live, you can go ahead. Mayor Du Bois, we're now live.
Welcome to the June 1st council meeting, Tuesday, June 1st. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. 6 present.
Great, thank you. So we're starting off the meeting today with 2 special orders for the gun football program. I've asked Councilmember Koo to read the first proclamation.
Thank you. Proclamation honoring Coach Jason M. Miller. Whereas Coach Jason Miller, as a 21-year-old offensive coordinator, broke the state rushing record at 7,309 yards at Inglewood High School. At Crompton High School, Coach Miller took a winless program to the playoffs the next year in Southern California's toughest division, as well as won the San Gabriel Valley League Championship in 2015. And whereas as a special education teacher in the therapeutic support program at Green Middle School, Mr. Miller was lauded for turning around the class, helping students transition to the general education setting. Upon his hiring at Gunn High School in 2018 as football coach and social studies teacher, Mr. Miller was honored by Santa Clara County as Civic Engagement Teacher of the Year. He was a finalist for Gunn High School's Teacher of the Year and was voted by SCVAL peers as Coach of the Year in 2019. In January of 2020, he was selected as head coach in the prestigious Charlie Wiedemeyer All-Star Game. And whereas Coach Miller instituted a mandatory study hall and behavior studies, which eliminated grade and behavioral issues in the team. Prior to his arrival, Gunn had won 2 league games in 5 years and averaged losing by 18 points per game in the 2019 league. With Mr. Miller, the team won 5 league games in 2021, and the Gunn Titans' average margin of victory was 36 points in the El Camino division of the SCVAL in spring 2021. Gun football in 2021 dominated the competition, going undefeated for the first time in 50 years since 1971, and dominating the Central Coast section statistics. And whereas Jason Miller is the lead teacher in the Social Justice Pathway program, and his work in the classroom has spilled onto the field. The Gunn football team participated in political and civil rights demonstrations during the summer and the Stop Asian Hate campaign as the season unfolded. And whereas Coach Miller has reformed the Gunn Titan football program and transformed the reputation of the athletics program in the San Francisco Bay Area by infusing social consciousness into the constitution of his football program. The impact he has on the lives of Palo Alto's youth and adults is immeasurable. Now, therefore, I, Tom Du Bois, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize and applaud Jason Miller for excellence in leadership, coaching, ethics, commitment, and character. Presented today, June 1st, 2021.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation for the team, and then we'll hear from the public, the council, and then we'll ask Coach Miller if he'd like to say a few words. So the second proclamation honors the Gunn High School Titans football program. And again, a bunch of whereas clauses here. Whereas the Gunn High School football team showed incredible character, bravery, and leadership during a pandemic, by adhering to COVID-19's ever-changing rules and procedures and being the first team on Gunn's campus to condition in pods. And whereas the team just demonstrated civic responsibility and leadership by taking active roles in demonstrations to bring attention to the value of Black Lives Matters in the United States, wearing decals in support of the Stop Asian Hate campaign, promoting social justice causes, and interviews with the San Jose Mercury News. And whereas the team prepared for the 2021 spring season over a 15-month period, where conditioning workouts and practices were virtual for extended periods of time, Gunn's football team finished the season with a 5-0 record, the first undefeated record for a Gunn Titans football team since 1971. And whereas the team finished the season with the following leaders in statistics, Richard Jackson IV finished first in the CCS in rushing yards with 854 yards. James Lambert finished fifth in CCS with 641 yards. And the Titans finished both first in California with 2326 rushing yards. Gunn finished first in CCS in points. Richard Jackson scored 96 points, fourth in the state and first in the CCS. And this year's postseason honorees include the Coaches Award, Winston Quee, Lineman of the Year, All-Bay Honorable Mention, Eskinder Erlin, Ironman Award to Neil Hansen, Friendship Award to Griffin Willard, Most Inspirational to Evan Cole, Defensive Player of the Year to Felipe Montez, Offensive Player of the Year, an Honorable Mention, All-Bay Area, James Lambert, Special Teams Player of the Year, Joaquin Bonnet, and Most Outstanding Player, Second Team All-Area, Richard Jackson IV. So I hope I didn't slaughter some names there. So now, therefore, I, Tom Du Bois, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize and send up a big cheer for the 2020-2021 Gunn football team and applaud them for their activism, discipline, extraordinary perseverance. It has brought honor to the team, their school, and to our community. So this is presented to the entire team. All the players' names are on the proclamation. And again, because I'm going to slaughter them, I'm not going to read them all. And I do see a few players in the attendees as well. Maybe they can join us on the attendee side. So again, congratulations to you, Coach. Congratulations to the team. Would any of the members of the council like to say anything? Yeah, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I want to congratulate the Gunn football team as well as Coach Miller. I've had the unique opportunity to be able to work alongside Coach Miller in the social studies department, and I've always just been so impressed with his ability to be able to rally his students and really be able to, I think, recognize the most important piece about being student athletes is that they are not only athletes but also students as well. And he does a great job at encouraging them to be just better citizens and people. I've had several of these football players in my class. David Hapoka is one of my current students right now who's on the team, who I've been just so incredibly proud of. And it's been really great to be able to work with them all. And again, Coach Miller just does such a great job, really just kind of bringing the best out of all of them and encouraging them to be global citizens and to not just be football players, but to also be able to be contributing members in their own community. And he's just an absolute star. And I've really enjoyed working with him. And he's also just the nicest guy you'd ever meet as well. I ran into him on campus a couple of weeks ago, and he gave me a good virtual hug. We were still social distanced, but it was really, it was great seeing him and working with him, and as well as all the team. So congratulations, Coach Miller. You really have earned this. You are a star in this community and at Gunn High School. And congratulations to all the Gunn football players. We're all so proud of you. And thanks for giving us something to continue to celebrate, and excited to see what you all do in the future.
Thanks for that. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Thanks for bringing this forward. Coach Miller, Principal Stratton, welcome, and to all of the Titans. I'm a Gunn mom. My kids both graduated from there a few years ago. during the time actually when there was some question about whether or not there would continue to be a football team because of participation. So I've been interested to watch Coach Miller's approach to teamwork, having kids play both offense and defense, and really monitoring time. I thought that was super clever. What a good way to work with the people you have. So congrats. I hope we're able to get out in the fall and see a game for real. So thanks so much.
Senator Burt.
Yeah, Coach, and to the team, I just want to say that I'm not sure everybody quite appreciates what an incredible accomplishment it is to turn around a program like this, and what it means for every one of the players, that they all defied expectations and they achieved excellence in an area where no one, beyond what anyone thought they could do. And in this particular year, where they had to demonstrate and fulfill day after day resiliency and resourcefulness, you and your staff just have done an incredible job, and your players are going to take this through all their life lessons, as you well know as a great coach, that all of those lessons are things that they'll carry with them far beyond the football field. So congratulations to every member of the team, and the lesson that you have taught them about how teamwork can exceed everything else, and all of your team was dependent on each other. It's just a great accomplishment.
Let's see if any members of the public would like to make a comment.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the proclamations honoring Gunn High School football coach Jason Miller or the team, please raise your hand at this time.
I see Superintendent Austin has his hand up.
Well, I always wanted a public comment on something that wasn't our school district, so thank you for that opportunity. Getting ready for our big car parade, so thank you to the council for that. But I really want to take a moment to thank the council for recognizing Coach Miller and the gun football team. I think when you have places where you can say something is excellent, and I'm not talking about football, if you can say something bigger than football is important to celebrate from a football coach and a football team, that's when you've got a winner. And Coach Miller's a winner. He knows how I feel about him, and I love standing on the sidelines and watching his kids compete. They come prepared, they do it right, they do it with class, and now they're doing it and winning. That's a bonus. But I'd say, creating future great citizens is a win that's bigger than the 5-0 season. So Coach Miller, thank you for all you do. I appreciate you, and Ms. Stratton, I know you celebrate these guys as well. Really appreciate everything you do for Gunn High School. So that's it. Just wanted to say thanks, Coach.
So I don't see any other members of the public. Coach Miller, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, sure. This is an awesome opportunity. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, Your Honor, and the entire City Council and City Government for honoring us today. We missed the little things. This pandemic has robbed us of the opportunity to have a banquet. So, our kids really did not get the recognition that they deserve. So the recognition by Palo Alto City Council and the mayor is a first, and it is much appreciated. And I am very much humbled by the proclamations today. And I'm glad to see my tribe in here. When I speak in terms of my tribe, I'm speaking in terms of Miss Lawrence. I'm speaking in terms of Miss Stratton and Dr. Austin. Dr. Austin has season tickets to our sidelines on the game. He is at our games early and often, and he's not worried about how it looks as far as if he favors one school or another. I know he likes to watch Gunn play football. Also this year we were in a principal transition as Principal Lawrence transitioned out and Principal Stratton transitioned in. That was not easy and cannot be easy. But I appreciate that both have had my back from Southern California, Los Angeles area. I'm a Dodger fan, sadly. And moving up here, this team has sort of been my family. And I'm not just speaking of the kids, I'm speaking in terms of Miss Lawrence, I'm speaking in terms of Wendy Stratton and Dr. Austin. They are the family that I have up here. And this turnaround doesn't just happen due to one person. It happens with an entire team of people and an entire team of support. I see two of my players in here who've meant so much to me, Ken Erlin and Richard Jackson IV. They started with me on my first day as coach as sophomores. They skipped playing frost off their sophomore year and came up to varsity. We took our knocks the first year, and between their junior and senior year, they have a combined record of 13-2. They've had many honors, and both started playing football at Gunn. Both will now move on to playing college football. So that's something that they've gotten interested in, and they've both concentrated on their grades because they both understand the opportunity to play more football comes with the opportunity to have more academic success and the expectation to have more academic success. And not just them, but I want to thank the entire, we call ourselves the Gun Football family. That's our entire family, our assistant coaches and our players. We all suffered through this pandemic together and stayed together. And we're excited about what the future holds. We believe that the greatness of gun football is in its future. And so we're excited about that. And I also want to take the time to say hello to Councilmember Greer Stone, who we started in at Gunn together at, I remember us at staff meetings, and I'm not gonna, Greer, I hope this doesn't get you in trouble, but I remember us both trying to figure out ways to leave early. All right, thank you once again for the kind words, Mr. Mayor and the rest of City Council.
Thank you. He tries to leave council meetings early too, so he's trying.
Why are you all calling me out of my secrets? Good seeing you, Jason. Congrats.
Yes. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to make a comment? Okay, great. Yes, Principal Stratton.
Just want to, acknowledge, the leadership in Jason Miller, not only for his players, but for his colleagues, his peers, for our leadership team, always ready to have constructive conversations, always ready to lean into the discomfort of constructive conversations, and certainly a change agent. So he gets the respect of young people because he is an authentic individual who genuinely cares. And he gets the same respect for his colleagues because he's always willing to have the hard conversations, and he does it with love. So just want to thank the council for partnering with Gunn here to acknowledge us, one of our standouts.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad everybody could make it tonight. Fortunately, we have to proceed with the rest of our meeting. So thank you. And we're going to move on. Okay. So our next item is a study session, and it's to discuss the format of meetings for the council and our other public bodies beginning in August.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me pause a moment while staff gets set up. And I believe our Chief Information Officer, Darren Numoto, is going to lead this presentation for staff. Although, as you'd expect, we do have multiple departments involved with the planning and obviously the actual production of your council meetings, as well as further discussion as it relates to other bodies, in particular your commissions and other public meetings.
Find the mute button, sorry. Let me share my screen here. Oh, Kylie's sharing. Thank you, Kylie. So thank you, Mayor DeVois, Vice Mayor Burt, and Council for this opportunity. So this study session is really discuss the future format of public meetings, both for Council and other commission meetings as well. Next slide, please. So staff is seeking, city council deliberation and feedback as we move towards the end of the shelter in place and social distancing requirements. As most of you are aware, Governor of California will be, as of June 15th, reopening, meaning there will be no requirements of social distancing or face mask. And there is a possibility that the governor will revoke his emergency order, which suspends the temporary Brown Act requirements. So the Brown Act would return to pre-pandemic restrictions or requirements. And then, again, unless the state legislature amends the Brown Act, we will fall back to pre-pandemic requirements in terms of meeting the Brown Act. So next slide, please. So this slide just allows us to revisit some of the Brown Act requirements and just to focus on a few of them. Item number 2 is if council chooses to attend remotely, they will be required to make that space available for public and comply with, ADA, as well as post the address and meeting, the address of the meeting, as well as location. So again, and then the other is just getting down to, again, that was really the highlight of that. Sorry for the miss there, but again, this is just, it doesn't affect the ability for public to participate remotely or staff. And just to remind council, currently there are city council procedures discouraging council members from participating and limiting that use of teleconferencing to 3 occasions per year. So we'll get into that later on into the presentation. Next slide, please. So these are just, these are more detailed in the staff report. Just wanted to call them out here. These are the different legislations that are pending right now. Some that are not applicable to Palo Alto, but the AB 361 and 274 are ones that we will be keeping our eye and tracking towards, as well as the executive order N2920, which will suspend the current Brown Act requirements and will revert back to the pre-pandemic one requirements. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to present 3 different scenarios. First scenario is really just going back to pre-COVID format, which means we'll hold all council meetings in the public forum. So physical attendance would be required. The next would be similar to what we did before the shelter-in-place order took place, which meant city council, staff, and others will participate in person, and will provide public the ability to provide comment remotely. And then the third is really the hybrid model, where depending on, again, the changes to the Brown Act, council will be able to participate in person or remotely, as well as staff and public, as we do today with the Zoom meetings. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to give some visuals here. So it may or may not be laptops, but I just wanted to give council and staff an overview. So the first picture on the left is really just a laptop in front of the old dais computer or monitor. And then on the right would be new, where we remove the dais computer and replace it with an actual laptop to provide council with a much larger screen and much better definition, as well as be able to adjust their view. Next slide, please. And instead of using the old displays up top that were very hard to see at certain times, we'll be replacing 2 large screen format monitors on each side of the dais for in-person participants to have a better view of what's being presented. And next slide, please. So getting to the staff recommendations, again, just looking for guidance from council in terms of their recommendations moving forward as the emergency orders and restrictions are lifted. And then again, confirm any changes to council procedures and protocols regarding remote attendance of council members. Identify the scenario of operations beginning in August, and determine applicable meeting format for boards and commission meetings. And staff recommends that we move forward with scenario 3. We are currently testing and preparing for that. And unless we get different direction from council tonight, we will continue with that model as we return in August. And with that, that ends staff presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and see if there's any public comment on this item, and then we'll come back to council for discussion.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, you will have 2 minutes.
Hey, I love this agenda item because it really goes to show, will be, I guess, a litmus test for how important public participation and democracy is to the city council. If you vote for the greatest amount of public transparency and accountability and participation, then it'll show that this is important to you. After all, the purpose of the Brown Act is to provide the provision of those very same values: transparency, accountability, participation. I'm grateful that the city staff recommended option 3. The report describes it as being complicated, but ask any teacher or student or administrator at any of the, possibly hundreds of thousands, if not, millions of schools across the world that are streaming classrooms and figuring out how to involve participation from a remote location with the main action that is in person. They could tell you that it works. Also, you can look at the Palo Alto School Board that has been running a version of option 3 for quite some time now. So +1 to democracy, to transparency, to accountability, and to participation. And please agree with the staff and go with option 3. Thanks for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, there's no other speakers.
Okay, let's come back to council. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Okay, so thanks for getting this conversation started. I don't quite understand the hybrid model. I'm looking on page 4 of the report, which is packet page 14. And if I try to map that to the photo that Mr. Nomoto showed, will council members at the dais be on Zoom like this? We'll actually be looking at a screen with headphones, or we will be operating as we used to? And walk us through that a little bit so we can understand.
Sure. Thank you for that question. So yes, actually, the goal is to provide a similar experience as you do with Zoom and as you were in person. So that's part of the testing we're doing. You will be participating in Zoom. The Zoom will be the primary platform as you do, as you participate today. And, whether we use a video in front of you or use the current video equipment in chambers, those are things that we're testing. So the goal is to create a similar experience as you do today in Zoom and bring that to the chambers.
So one thing that's certainly more difficult for me in Zoom is attending to other people speaking. If we're sitting there looking at a screen, we're still going to be staring at a screen. And if we're actually participating with each other, we'll be able to turn like we used to and look at people. It'll be a little bit more like we're working together and less like we're all in little Hollywood Squares boxes. So it's a small thing, but it's just one thing to think about. If the camera is able to show all of us sitting there working a little bit as we used to, and then show that, that would be more like the experience we had before. If we're just sitting next to each other, I mean, if it's just like Zoom school, which is what, high schools had, at least around here, okay. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to do that, but I think we'll be missing a little bit.
No, appreciate that comment. So just sorry to
Yeah, go
cut you
ahead.
off, but we will be providing the pan view as well, and then zoom in as council members speak. So it'll be a very similar experience.
Okay, but we're supposed to be looking ahead, not looking at our neighbor when they're speaking.
It's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll have that option. So yeah,
We'll
and
figure
we'll
it
do
out.
some walkthroughs for sure. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting. And I don't know how we're going to sort out if people aren't comfortable coming in, who's going to be in and who's going to be out, and how we're going to think about masks even when they're not required. So I didn't see that covered. So we'll just have to talk through that. I think the thing that I really like about either scenario 2 or 3 is it fixes the babysitter problem, which I will describe, and we certainly hear from other people. All those years I came to council meetings for 4 or 5 hours, I'd have to get a babysitter and, be down there waiting until my turn. Maybe it came early, maybe it came late. And I know for a fact that, parents are now able to stay at home, feed their kids dinner, give them their baths, read them their book, and pop on when they need to. So it's important. I think we've really benefited from having more people be able to participate. And, I feel strongly that options 2 or 3, are definitely appropriate. It's not just the babysitter problem. It's also the people who are immunocompromised. And this was before COVID, people undergoing cancer treatments. We have them write in and say, I can't come in person. So I think this is a real benefit. A question for the clerk on, I guess in hybrid, we would have public speakers in person and also on Zoom. Have we thought about like the order, and do we alternate? And people used to turn in cards. How might that look when we do that in person?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Cormack. We would probably try to group them together so that we would have the public speakers go and then those on Zoom, or vice versa. But we would ask them, we would try to group them. It will make it easier for the public and for clerk staff to be able to have them grouped together.
Yeah, and for us watching, because that would presumably be a time when it'd be better to look at the person than the screen in front of us. But
correct.
Okay. And then the laptop itself, we bring our own laptops. We use a city one. Would we have any, things that people should or shouldn't be doing on the laptop during that time?
So the screen itself will be there for viewing. So what you'll see on that screen is similar to what you see on Zoom. So when there's a motion, you'll see the motion. When there's a presentation, you'll see the presentation as well. Or if there's staff that is speaking remotely, you'll see them presented in that on the screen as well.
Just a quick follow-up, but is it like a tab so someone could open another tab and look something up on Google or send an email, or click a link in a staff report, or is it just going to be showing Zoom?
It's going to be a PC, so it'll be flexible, but again, we're going to limit what can be done just to minimize support issues during the meeting if they can't get back to the meeting or have issues with that. So
okay.
So.
And it'd be a city laptop, not our own that we're using.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks for all those questions. I think I got through most of them, but this is an interesting topic.
Yep, thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and glad I get to follow Councilmember Cormack, because I definitely appreciate the concerns that you brought up and addressed, especially with regards to kind of the connectivity that we'll have within these meetings, and kind of the lack thereof with the screen present. I mean, speaking as somebody who has now gone through this distance learning and teaching and having experienced it fully on Zoom, and now this hybrid model, I think the Zoom works very well when everyone is in the same format. The hybrid model I've found, and almost every colleague that I've spoken with kind of has had similar experiences. It is very difficult to be able to fully connect with one audience or group on the, through Zoom, when you also have people present with you. And so I'm concerned about that with scenario 3. I'm very much in favor of either scenario 2 or scenario 3, but a concern of mine is that ability for us to be able to to be able to connect with either the people inside the chamber or fellow council colleagues or those who are on Zoom. So that's a big concern. I definitely think we need to find a way to be able to continue having the public be able to engage with us via telecommuting. I think we've seen so many people be able to participate this year who have traditionally been left out. And I think, just for example, the amount of student engagement that we've seen over the past several months has been pretty incredible. Thinking back to like the skate park or issues on climate change or even on housing issues. I think that's a really exciting thing that we want to be able to continue to encourage. And so continuing to find a way to allow for telecommuting through scenario 2 or scenario 3 would be preferred. I do have a couple of questions. Each scenario lists, says like council, public, staff, and others. Who are the others that the report is referring to?
These could be consultants or vendors or so forth. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there a way? I mean, like I said, I like option 2. I like scenario 2 and scenario 3, but I've got those concerns with scenario 3. Is there a way that we can maybe do a hybrid option where I think, especially for having flexibility for staff? I mean, this has also been a great benefit, being able to have such a larger staff team present, and also not requiring you all to be at work until midnight on Mondays, and also just the benefits it's going to have too on traffic, on climate change. Is there a way where we can sort of have a hybrid of scenario 2 and scenario 3 going forward, where the public can participate in person or on Zoom, staff can be able to do so as well? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's fairly close to what scenario 3 is, where everybody would be able to attend remotely if desired and have a similar experience. So I do appreciate everybody's concern about engaging in 2 different platforms. And so my goal would be to really help mitigate that with using similar technology it used to when you were in chambers, and just embedding Zoom into that, where you're able to see others that are attending remotely, but when you're engaging with public speakers or staff, you can look at them directly and you'll be on a panned view, so it won't be like, you're continuously on camera.
Okay, so can't we just have the consultants or the staff members or the public maybe on the personal computer screen that's at the dais for us, but that council members are not on Zoom in this traditional way, to maybe be able to alleviate some of those concerns that Councilmember Cormack and I have, but also be able to have that increased engagement, which I think is likely the goal of most of us?
Yes, that's something we can investigate.
Okay, that would be great. That would really be my preference. And then just finally, I thought the difference between scenario 3 and scenario 2 seemed pretty significant in terms of anticipated costs, and as well as staff time developing the new system. Does staff have any estimates on the total cost for scenario 3? Just I know you identified about $40,000 in additional equipment, but any thoughts on additional costs of just staff time and all that when you work it in?
The goal is not to really increase a lot of staff. We already have people that would be on site to manage the meeting. So really leveraging that staff, and again, others can help participate remotely with Zoom being that core platform. So really the cost is around the equipment, because of as we all know, the equipment in chambers is very old. So we'd have to buy some new equipment to be able to accommodate this hybrid environment, just because of the equipment that is existing is not able to.
Okay, so regardless, scenario 2, scenario 3, we're needing to invest in new equipment.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I see my time's up. Thank you.
Councilmember Filson.
Actually, on that, a couple questions on that. I was wondering if this would actually be less expensive, because it seems like you're going to rely to a greater degree on off-the-shelf hardware, to some extent software, than sort of the previous council AV upgrade. So is this actually going to come in less expensive than anticipated?
Yeah, thank you for that. So really, this is an interim step, and it will help us develop more requirements for the full council redesign. So yes, my anticipation would be that it would reduce the overall cost when we get to that point, and the technology we're investing should be able to be leveraged when we get to that point too. So it's not, the investment is not a throwaway, it'll be reinvested or reused in a new environment as well.
I was going to guess that because, I mean, all that custom stuff that's up there now cannot have been cheap, right? So one more question on the monitors, the big screen monitors down on the floor for people in chambers. You know, the current plan is there's going to be some gigantic, enormous 48K HD 3D IMAX monitor behind the council. Do these satellite monitors actually replace that?
In the interim stage, yes, and then of course we'll be bringing back to council a new proposal for a chambers redesign.
Okay, all right, thanks very much.
Councilmember Coop.
So I agree with both Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Stone, as well as most of what the questions that Councilmember Philsef have asked. So, you know, with this pandemic, we see that there's a lot more participation from the general public. At the same time, I still feel like there's something still lost because we don't see them. So I was wondering, is there a way that, what would be the difference of using, say, for example, Skype versus Zoom? I mean, the council members are all going to be present, but in the chambers, but it's just inviting those public members who cannot come or are, you know, like what Councilmember Cormack had said, needing a babysitter and can't attend. So what would be the difference having a Skype or another feature that would allow seeing them?
So thank you for that question. So Zoom is really the platform, so it's going to enable us to stream, right, as well, and to push to our Facebook or our YouTube channel as well as MidPen. So it gives us that platform, as well as currently we don't allow the videos, we allow the pictures of participants, and that's because we're in the webinar format. But there is an option of going to the meeting format, but again, we lose a little bit more control of who comes in and out of cameras and so forth, so it becomes managing the meeting becomes more difficult at that point.
Okay, so it's mostly the streaming feature that we're really wanting, so that it can be public can be seeing what we're talking about and who is speaking at that very moment. Skype and those does not offer that.
Yeah, they're more person to person, right? There are versions of it that you can, but since we are used to using Zoom is a great platform. So that's why we're choosing to stay on the Zoom platform for that. And
obviously, you know, they're more, they've really developed it very well for meeting this kind of scenario. I was also wondering, in our council procedures and protocols, or protocols and procedures, where it says there's limitations of council members being coming to meeting remotely. What kind of brought on the limitation of just 3 meetings, or that all council members should be at the chambers for the meetings? Obviously, there's some historical factor that brought that rule into place. And I was just wondering if anybody remembers.
I can offer a historical comment. Before that rule, there was a different rule that said that there needed to be a certain type of emergency. And I think in practice, council realized that was not practical because, in fact, last minute emergencies meant that the council member couldn't meet the noticing requirements. So it was a little bit of a catch-22 there. And I can't speak for why this is entirely a policy decision for council to make about itself. I can't really speak to council members' individual motivations, but I would just offer the comment that under the prior technology that we had, which was a phone line, it was often very difficult to hear the council member who was participating remotely. And we may be making significant progress in that regard and make it easier and not as much of a struggle to keep the connection and to actually hear the words of the remote council member.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Remembering back then, every time Councilmember Tanaka called in, it was so hard to hear him. Thank you for that context. Yeah, on the emergency part is if I know I missed the meeting because of a funeral reason, but then for others, if there's some, hospitalization or something like that, there's no way to attend that meeting anyways. Thank you. I think that's my questions for now.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I thought it was really well laid out, and I agree with the staff recommendation on scenario 3 being the best one. I think we need to go into this eyes wide open, that there will be some trade-offs. Some things will be better, some worse, but I think in the net, it's a net positive. And I also think we need to go into it anticipating there will be some learning curve. We're not going to have everything figured out on the launch day. Darren, it sounds like you are planning on doing some dry runs. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, once we work out all the technology requirements, then we're going to do dry runs with staff just to kind of go through the process. And then at some point, we'll schedule with other council members as desired.
Great. And does the meeting format in Zoom allow an option for like a full dais image?
That relies on the AV equipment. So some of the testing we have done will mirror the pre-existing format where it was being broadcast over mid-pan and you can pan out and then zoom in on a council member as they speak. So.
Oh, wow. You can zoom on it. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. As the staff report laid out, also, we may see some changes to legislation, hopefully. I mean, frankly, I think the legislature is dragging their feet on something that is a real urgent matter. And they've been giving focus on a lot of other things, understandably, but all the city governments and local governments are needing some kind of legislative change. I mean, the Brown Act served its purpose, and in this regard, it certainly continues to serve its purpose in its broader objectives, but some of the meeting notification issues, I think my prior tenure participated remotely, either 1 or 2 meetings, but one stands out, which was that I had to have the front door open in the middle of a snowstorm. And it kind of defies common sense, but that was the law. Didn't go over real well with my wife, but that's the sort of technicality that we're facing today, still with maybe some antiquated elements of the Brown Act. I mean, frankly, this is going to expand public access beyond what we ever were able to accomplish under the Brown Act before these technologies. So I'm looking forward to those aspects. I did want to just share, this goes to this issue of we're still going to all be learning off of this. Some preliminary studies are indicating that students, which won't necessarily, this experience won't necessarily apply to this sort of event, but students are struggling most with the hybrid model. They're doing better either in class or fully remotely. And, everybody's trying to understand what works well. I don't know that there's going to be any valuable learning experience there, but that's something we may want to look at is what are they learning about the student experience, which is probably being studied more than experiences like ours. I don't know for sure what would be transferable, even if they have some clear conclusions in the next month or 2. So then lastly, circling back to the legislation, I guess we have an upcoming legislative update meeting. I think this is something that we and the Cities Association need to really try to put pressure on legislators to come through with some reasonable updates to legislation that would help all local governments function in this new way. So thanks again. I'm looking forward to seeing how this evolves.
Thank you.
So I have several questions and some quick comments. And building on what Vice Mayor Burt just said in terms of the studies are showing it's better kind of all one way or all the other way. Is there even an option to just remain fully remote?
So legally, you can do that, but at the point when the governor's emergency suspension of part of the Brown Act goes away, what that will mean is that council members will need to publish the physical location from which they are participating on the agenda, and will need to allow the public to come to that location and participate from that location. So in most cases, that would be your home.
Right, got it. And then Molly, while you're on, the law says you have to take a roll call. And I'm just curious, like, what's the difference? When we're in chambers, we push a button, the light lights up. Why can't we use the raise hands feature? Because again, sometimes the order of voting is important. If you get back to everybody voting at the same time. Right.
Yeah, I think it's trying to make a clear record and be transparent to the public about who's voting. We can look more closely at what exactly the law says and see if there are other options that would advance the interest that you're identifying. But
Yeah,
so,
I mean, if we all kept our hands up for 30 seconds or something so everybody could see it, it's kind of similar to the lights. And then Darren, what's the microphone that you're proposing? Is it the laptop microphone, or would there be a better microphone?
No, some of the testing we've done, there's a great opportunity to leverage the existing microphone, so we won't need to add anything net new. We're still continuing to do some testing with the feedback, but it looks promising at this point.
Okay. And then, the physical monitors showed in that picture. Again, I mean, we've had times when the chambers are standing room only, and I would just be concerned about how readable they're going to be from the back of the room. Are they going to be high enough? Are they going to be large enough? And I took it from your previous answers, this is almost a temporary solution. It's not meant to be the long-term solution. Is that right?
That's correct. Until we can revisit the council chambers redesign, because there is an ADA component within that redesign that we had to move forward towards.
So if we were in this temporary situation and we started to get a lot of people coming, would we be able to use the older large screens at the same time?
Yeah, and one of the great things is, if we had a spare screen, we can actually, accommodate a third screen if necessary too. So that gives us more options for viewing for public as well. So
yeah, okay. In terms of like access to a laptop, so I take notes. I refer to my preparation notes. I do look up staff reports while going over a session. So I wouldn't be in favor of a restricted laptop unless there was also space for a personal laptop.
Yeah, and sorry to cut you off, interrupt you. The laptop was just representation of the screen. So we are looking at potentially just a screen with maybe a small computer behind it or an all-in-one. And then it'll leave you more desk space as well.
Yeah, I was just where I was going to go was think about the layout, having, if you had a laptop plus this display, how it would all work.
Yep.
I mean, right now I'm on a 34-inch monitor. I can make the presentations large. I can see everybody. I can have my notes and I can see it all at the same time, which is actually really nice.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment. That's why we can't have such a large monitor, because then it'll block your view of the public as well. So it'll be a compromise.
Right. I was kind of thinking, is there some kind of hybrid between 2 and 3, like requiring council members to be in chamber, but allow basically everybody else to be remote. I do see like saving money on consultants, I think is huge, like not making them travel to the meeting, not making them be there. We could text them when they need to join the meeting and they could just bill us for that time. So that's a nice benefit. I think we need to figure out how we can manage these meetings with less city staff. The mayor and the vice mayor used to have roles in managing the meeting. A lot of private companies do pretty large Zoom meetings without extra people. So maybe we could get back to the chair and the mayor having a role, and so that we only need one member of the city clerk's office there for like a finance meeting. We've had a few instances of pseudo briefing from the public on online meetings, and I think it's an area we need to think about a little bit. People have asked to turn their cameras on. Maybe they have a different background image. When people come to chambers, they can do a presentation. So I don't know. It's just something I think we need to think about. Do we want to let remote people share the screen, take over the screen? Do we need to have rules about turning off somebody's camera, turning off their mic? Just it's easier to violate kind of decorum or go over the line. What if somebody turned on their camera and there was nudity going on? Will we turn that off? And again, I'm sure Molly might have some thoughts, and then, we do have speaker cards. And so for remote speakers, could we ask for name and address and email?
We can always ask, we can't require, even for in-person speakers.
Right, but right now we don't really ask, right? And if we go to the meeting format and turn people's cameras on, I think again that gets closer to the experience in the council chambers. But then again, maybe we should have some clear rules on if somebody violates that privilege, how do we turn it off? I'm just going to finish up my comments and I'll be done. But so again, I think historically we did have some council members kind of way back years ago who were starting to abuse teleconferencing in, and that's where that limit came in. I think we should encourage council members to come to the meetings. Maybe we should increase that number, but I'm not sure that we should just say you can choose to go in person or phone in from home, kind of your choice. And Molly, is there a difference if somebody is video conferencing in if they're in Palo Alto versus outside of Palo Alto?
Check the rule. I think the rule is that I believe that at least one person needs to be from the inside the jurisdiction where the meeting is occurring. I'll check the rule.
Okay. And then last thing, just running the meetings this year, I think time management can be challenging, and we've had people from all over the Bay Area call in, people outside the Bay Area, and we've been trying to have people raise their hands so we know how many people are going to want to speak. I've been thinking about maybe experimenting when we come back with changing where we have public comment during an item. Like maybe we have some council debate, and then we go to the public before we make motions so that they can hear the questions and answers. But I do think, the meetings can get very long, mainly from public participation, which we want, but we should think about how we're going to manage that. So I'll stop there. Sorry for going long. Councilmember Corman.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois. So I'm just trying to reconcile the idea that this would be in August with the fact that starting June 15th, we might have to do this. So this might happen June 20, our last two meetings in June, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Well, perhaps I should just interject there just for clarity. There have been multiple inquiries of the governor's office to know whether the state of emergency will be rescinded in conjunction with the June 15th removal of the tiers. And quite frankly, it's been somewhat interesting just with the lack of clarity in response. So at this point, we have no reason to believe it will be June 15th where the state of emergency is rescinded. It could see it the other way as well, but I think no news is good news on that regard.
Well, but we should be prepared. It sounds like we are prepared to do that on June 21st and 22nd if necessary. I'll just say just personally, having sat next to a variety of council members, some of whom have multiple devices, it's only going to be even more distracting having the monitor actually be used. Like I didn't used to use the monitor. So just when you're doing your dry run, just put a whole bunch of, devices out there and let's just see how that's going to work. For me, it diminishes my ability to focus on the person who's speaking, the member of the public or the staff or my colleague. So that's always been my concern about electronic devices. And I think having more is definitely going in the wrong direction. So.
Great. So you got a lot of comments. Any other council member comments? So again, I just summarize mine again, because I know I talked for a while. I think we should consider some limit on video conferencing by council members. I think we should have room for at least an iPad or a laptop along with the display. We should make sure that monitor is visible from the back. We should think about letting council members or board commission members help run the meeting, help manage speakers. And again, think about, do we need some clear rules on kind of muting and turning off cameras? So, okay, seeing no more hands, I think we'll finish the study session. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So the next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We should note that staff has asked that we continue item number 9, so that's going to be moved to June 7th. And I believe that's it. Yep.
Yes, no other changes from staff, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's move to, well, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, actually. Should we go ahead and take a quick break here? And then we'll come back for oral communications. So let's take it's about 6:03. Let's come back at 6:15. Thanks. Okay, if council members are here, please turn on your camera. And I realize as soon as I suggested we take a break, it could be hard to come back and go right to the public because we're on a little bit of a delay. But let's go ahead and go to oral communications.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to any item not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time. Mayor Du Bois, there's no hands that have been raised.
Okay, what I saw Charlie's name on the list. Did he?
Charlie's here for another item.
Okay, got it. Great.
Economic development.
Okay, let's move on to minutes. Entertaining motions.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Thank you. Let's go in reverse order tonight. Start with Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Fulsa.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Cormack
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6-0 with Councilmember Tanaka absent. We'll move on to the consent calendar. It's only one item on the consent. Also entertaining motions or taking no votes.
I'll move consent.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
I'm gonna register my no vote on this.
Go on item 5. Okay, let's go to the public. See if there are any public comments.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the item on the consent calendar, the second reading on the ordinance for state housing bills regarding density bonus, please raise your hand at this time. Mayor Du Bois, there's no hands raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on consent, starting with Councilmember Koo.
No.
Oh, yes, that's right. There's only one item. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Cormack
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Yes, I decided to change my vote from the last time from the first reading. I'm just looking at this density bonus law. There's a lot of things wrong with it. And for a top-down kind of governance, when it is actually going to be causing even more imbalance overall. So it's not just for the project, but overall imbalance for jobs and housing. It also provides, the law also provides and allows waivers and concession from development standard that would, at the end, cause more impacts and really not that much affordable housing if you really look at it in the long run. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Stone, see your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, just two things. I didn't get a chance to record my vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
I vote yes, and also on the motion, I believe Councilmember Cormack moved it, and I seconded.
Thank you for that. Move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, let's see if we can get the slides up. Also note, Councilmember Tanaka is now with us. The clerk wanted to note that.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata.
Terrific, thank you. All right, we have a few items of note here. Let's see. Okay, let's go on to the next slide, please. Okay, I'm sorry, I need 1 second just to adjust. Okay, let's see. As the council's well aware, the item we just covered relates to handling of city council meetings in a post-pandemic condition. This is one example of a number of items that the council will be discussing over the next few weeks related to reopening. Just note that next week we'll be discussing, or actually on your consent calendar is an item related to continuation of the temporary parklet program for a post state of emergency conditions. And later in the month on the 22nd, we'll be talking about more comprehensively other actions that the council may consider related to reopening. Would note this Thursday is eagerly anticipated Cal OSHA meeting, anticipated by our agency as well as all employers, as it works to hopefully align Cal OSHA requirements with the reopening. At this point, I will note that there has been, and hopefully no surprise to the council or members of the community, quite a bit of confusion and some concerns about misalignment of Cal OSHA requirements and state reopening orders, including the use of masks and, in fact, N95 masks potentially being required after the Cal OSHA order is discussed and acted upon. So in any case, more to come there. And then finally, just some notes related to ongoing reopenings of city facilities and services. One is at our Baylands Golf Links that we have additional activities that are being allowed there, including the links golf shop, as well as the cafe open to the public. We also have our open space preserves one-way trails being converted to two-ways, or being reverted to two-ways tomorrow. So that's some good news and some changes that are ongoing. As the council knows, Magical Bridge Playground has been open, but now has lifted all capacity restrictions, and that existed previously under the orange tier, and that our libraries, specifically Mitchell Park, Rinconada, and Children's Libraries, have now not only reopened, but are also reopening availability of computer use. So ongoing progress on a number of fronts at various levels. Next slide, please. Let's see, latest on the bike bridge and the challenges of logistics. As the council is aware, and just for general community awareness, that the bridge had been planned for installation this past weekend, but unfortunately, due to, interesting, Nevada Highway Patrol unavailability to provide the escort necessary for the wide load, that needed to be canceled. And so we are now working on getting confirmation and actual transport and installation of this last segment of the over the freeway portion of the bike bridge this coming Saturday. So again, always tentative until all logistics are in place. But again, much more perhaps detail on the logistics of a transport from Arizona than members of the community might want. But nonetheless, for those who are tracking this installation, would note that, again, we're back on tentatively for this coming weekend, and those observing freeway signs, I think you've also been tracking the changes in dates. Next slide, please. Also coming up actually tomorrow, that we will have a small in-person event for the groundbreaking of the public safety construction project. As the council knows, there's been actually much activity already underway, but this, I believe, will actually coincide with literally breaking ground, aside from the utility work, mobilization, ordering of supplies that have already been ongoing for months at this point. So again, small in-person event, but the community is also invited to watch groundbreaking live on YouTube, also tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. So additional information on this is available on the news section of our city's homepage. Next slide, please. Would note that, as I think most people around town are aware, that fireworks are becoming an increasing issue of public attention. And I just want to note a few items here. One, that CAL FIRE, among other lead agencies, is ramping up their public awareness campaign around the significant wildfire season. And this adds to the perennial concern around illegal fireworks occurring. This is obviously not a Palo Alto specific issue, but certainly one of community concerns, and that one that both ourselves as well as adjacent agencies and regional partner agencies are increasing public awareness and enforcement activities on. Do want to note for members of the community that if you hear fireworks, to call our 24-hour non-emergency line at 650-329-2413 to provide information available. And again, recognizing that immediate response is not likely, but nonetheless, we are tracking community concerns and again, working with partner agencies in adjacent communities as well as regionally. Then final note here, one piece of information that community members may not be aware of is that our fire stations are drop-off locations for fireworks. So members of the community find them, and or members of families discover that other family members have illegal fireworks, that this is a way to have those turned in. Next slide, please. Also just want to note that last week, the city's Planning Development Services Director posted a blog direct description of ongoing activities to address issues around solar permitting that have been reported in the media recently. And Director Late, I think, provides some detail, some valuable detail on ongoing work as well as things to come on this specific topic. And again, more information on our homepage under news. Next slide, please. I want to note that we have a GBAS, or ground, actually, ground, not gound. Don't think that shouldn't have made it past the spell check. Ground-based augmentation system at San Francisco International Airport. So for those tracking airplane noise issues, that we do have a community meeting scheduled with SFO staff to talk through the planned implementation of this GBAS system. And it is scheduled for June 9th from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Certainly want to provide a nod to Councilmember Koo, who has been in direct contact with SFO staff to ensure that this is happening. Additional details will be provided. Let's see, and Zoom link will be posted on the city's both website calendar, as well as I'm sure we'll be pushing it directly with invitations to community members, as well as our adjacent communities that have been working with us on ensuring that the community is advised of ongoing activities around airplane noise. Next slide, please. And then I believe our last note here is upcoming council items. Council knows very well we have a packed agenda for the remainder of June with the meetings next week, addressing a number of items. The agendas have already been posted. Want to note for agendas that have not yet gone out publicly that on June 14th, we will have update on the independent police auditor, also known as the Office of Independent Review. This is a company that provides independent police auditing services and contract update for that service coming out of the Policy and Services Committee. The remainder of the night on June 14th is related to North Ventura issues, both specific to the Fry site as well as the coordinated area plan. Then on June 21st, we have the final budget actions following June 7th, which was an additional date added last week. And then finally, on June 22nd, we've got a number of items, perhaps the most notable, as was referenced earlier, discussion of the local emergency proclamation. And I believe that's the last slide, but if you could check. Before I yield the floor, I did want to just share with council and community a story we heard earlier today, reporting on good work by some of our staff. And this in particular, an example of a police dispatcher who is actually a new police dispatcher, noting that over the weekend, this dispatcher received a 911 call regarding male who was on a hike and had suffered a cardiac event and cardiac attack. So the dispatcher began providing and provided CPR instructions over the phone and was able to resuscitate effectively through assisting individual on the phone, this individual who had received, had this cardiac event. So really just want to note that this was an extraordinary event, especially for a new dispatcher. And without providing, again, too much detail on here, just really want to note that it is a good reminder of the important work that our staff do every day, every night, and over the weekends. And take this opportunity to commend the police department and our fire department, emergency dispatch staff for their work. With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Let's move on to our action items. The first one is a tri-party fire agreement for the Foothills Reserve Fire Station. Staff have a presentation.
Yes, note Representative Fire Department, we've got, get this title wrong, Deputy Chief, right? Kevin McNally, as well as our Emergency Services Director, Ken Duker, and also representing County Fire and the Los Altos Fire District here, Chief Brian Glass. So Chief McNally, I think you're leading off.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The item before you is a one-year contract with the Los Altos Hills Fire District and Santa Clara County Fire District for the staffing of Station 8 in the Foothills. The contract is renewable for 4 additional years and includes staffing on a rotational basis of 3 personnel in the Foothills 12 hours a day from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Starting June 15th, tentatively through October or as weather dictates for the fire season. Mind you, this is a great example of a regional approach working with Chief Glass and his personnel to staff Station 8 that benefits multiple agencies in a time where budgets are tight. So the contract has no personnel costs to the city. The staffing would be rotated on a monthly basis, as mentioned. Palo Alto starts off in June and staffs the first 2 weeks of the year. Then county would take for the month of July and back and forth until such time as fire season is determined over. Personnel staffing that station would be available for emergencies in the Foothills area, regardless of the jurisdiction that call is in or who's staffing that station. Historically, Station 8 was staffed July 1 through October 31 with 3 personnel, 12 hours a day. But, and that was considered a typical wildland season, but as in this year, generally either extended or cut short depending on weather. But due to past budgetary constraints, the station hasn't been fully staffed at that level since 2015. The department has, however, staffed red flag days and high fire danger days. Notably, last year was about 17 days out of the year, which is significantly more than past. And that's largely just due to the CZU complex that burned along the western border of our city and county. The agreement would take us back to full staffing for the wildland season without the same level of financial and or staffing impacts. The Los Altos Fire District will reimburse staffing costs for both Santa Clara County Fire and Palo Alto Fire. And kind of to the point of the staffing, there has been a large increase in the past couple of years of wildfires, both in our jurisdiction and the surroundings and the state as a whole. Most notably last year, the CZU fire and the SCU fire. The CZU is the one we mentioned that was burning kind of in the La Honda area to the west side of our city. But statewide, that was more than 4 million acres burned last year. So if you look at the previous year, that was a high, we've more than doubled that just in the last year. So understanding wildfires are often the risk that's associated with staffing in the foothills. I'd also like to call to note that with the increased number of people and citizens and visitors at Foothills Park, this also provides EMS personnel in the area and to those that reside in the foothills. But Ken Duker was going to speak a little bit to some more of the overall wildfire mitigation, but I'll turn it over to him.
Thanks, Kevin. Honorable Mayor, City Council, OES Chief Duker. I was asked to kind of dovetail with these comments. As you know, on the 21st of this month, at your direction, staff will be returning with an informational report to council, but I'm going to give you kind of a little bit of view into 3 things: the current situation, some of the actions that are already being done, and finally the next steps. So very quickly, especially for members of the public, want to make sure that everybody is aware of our alignment with CAL FIRE and County Fire and other best practices, the Ready, Set, Go program, and others. We have information on cityofpalta.org/wildfire, just one word, wildfire. I also want to point out, since I am all hazards, that we have a lot of things that can cause fires and some other hazards that exist, especially in the wildland urban interface, as Chief McNally alluded to. Just a much higher quiescent number of visitors in the parks and open spaces. We can, of course, see unforeseen or rare events such as lightning strikes, which was the ignition source for much of what we saw in the state of California last season. Unfortunately, right now, we've had a number of arson fires in our greater foothills in San Mateo County, as well as some pretty large ones in other parts of the state. And the city manager, Mr. Shikata, mentioned illegal fireworks. So that is another trend that we're not very pleased about. We're going to track as best we can. It is true that CAL FIRE in their recent press releases and in their public education material are really gearing us all up for a significant wildfire season, their words. So I want to just talk briefly about the actions that are already ongoing, some of which are annual actions. First of all, the Foothill Fire Management Plan, which we will be giving you a formal update, as I said, on the 21st. That is a multi-departmental staff team, including the fire department, my group in OES, utilities, public works, and CSD, community services. In particular, it details out a lot of fuel reduction and mitigation, meaning removal of things that are likely to burn, especially invasive species, flashy fuels such as grasses and so forth, especially along our roadways and our evacuation routes. Our fire department, along with state and county partners, are doing inspections of properties in the wildland urban interface, so that's ongoing as well. I also want to remind the public that this is the kickoff for where we traditionally work with our various partners, including our open space rangers and MidPenn, to get the word out about public safety. And we're going to actually hold some, after June 15th, some in-person community safety presentations, specifically dealing with the Ready, Set, Go curriculum and some of the very complex, nuanced details about evacuation in the foothills. As many of you know, our emergency services volunteers, along with our allied agencies, participate every year in a 4th of July safety watch. We call it a safety watch, not a fire watch, deliberately, because we're trying to deter certain criminal behavior, under the influence driving, and other things that could result in unsafe conditions. And then finally, next steps. And this is just a brief recap of what you will see on the 21st. So we're going to return to council at your direction with some updates on the Foothill Fire Management Plan and affiliated plans. We're going to talk about the concept of a Foothill Fire Early Warning System and how that pertains to allied agency coordination and notifications. And then the third item is the dovetail to that, which is how do we better integrate? Our term of art is unified command, right? So how do we work with all the other allied fire, ranger, non-government entities, including Stanford Hospital, to mitigate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from a wildland urban interface event. So with that, I don't know if Chief Glass has comments. Otherwise, I'll turn it back to Chief McNally or the city manager. Thank you.
Chief Glass, did you have comments to add, or otherwise I'm
Good evening, everybody. I just, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, members of staff, and the public. My name is Brian Glass, Acting Fire Chief for Santa Clara County Fire. It's been my privilege to work with Chief Blackshire, his staff, and the Los Altos Hills Community Central Fire District as we've entered into this proposed three-party agreement, which you have before you tonight. We really feel like this is a great partnership between the three entities as we have mutual jurisdiction boundaries. And again, wildfire has absolutely no ability to discern jurisdiction. So as our three agencies all work very close together as we fight wildfire and respond to EMS throughout the county, again, this is another excellent partnership for the three entities to come together to staff Station 8 to serve multiple different jurisdictions, including the city of Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills Central Fire, the Mid-Peninsula Open Space in Los Trancos, as well as some of the Montebello Open Space that we see County Parks has, as well as Rancho San Antonio. So with that, I'm available to support the measure and answer any questions as it relates to that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I guess that concludes the presentation. Yeah, great. Let's go to the public, see if there are any public comments.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, the tri-party fire agreement, please raise your hands at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Mayor Du Bois, there's no hands raised.
Okay, let's bring it back to council for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Koo.
I just want to say that, it makes absolute sense for the county and for Palo Alto, as well as, the tri-party agreement absolutely makes sense for this, especially we had such a scare last year with that, the CZ, it's a mouthful, CZU fire. Thank you, Mr. McNally. But it makes absolute sense, especially because, the roads going up there to all of that open space, as well as a lot of homes are up there, they're rather narrow. And to be able to access as fast as possible from Station 8, it just completely makes sense and is efficient as well. I did want to ask, Chief Duker, you mentioned the ESVs and that there's going to be the safety watch, but that's just on one day. Is there any other thoughts of utilizing them as watch on other days?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Koo. Yes, in fact, last season, during so-called red flag conditions and other high fire danger, in consultation with our fire department and our CSD Rangers, we did have multiple deployments of our emergency services volunteers. One of the nuances, as you know, Councilmember Koo, since you've been on the 4th of July Safety Watch along with your husband and several dozen other of our volunteers, there are a number of realities about putting volunteers potentially in harm's way. So that's always the balance that we strike. Part of what you'll see in the informational report is the use of technology so that we can increase the efficiency of our volunteer deployment, specifically through various camera systems, some of which you've heard about, likely such as Alert Wildfire and others. We, in the future, not this 4th of July, but hopefully in the near future, we'll see a virtual safety watch become an option as well. So if you want to sit at home with your iPad or your laptop, you could participate. So more to follow on that, but I appreciate the question.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the fire departments for coming together and working together and keeping everybody safe. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, well, thanks to all who have helped bring this agreement together. The Los Altos Hills Fire District, the county, Supervisor Simidian, and our staff. This is a really important measure. It would have been important in any year, given what we now understand of the ongoing threats of mega fires in the state that are not going to be less in the coming years. They're going to be greater and greater. And that was all the case before we entered a record drought, where we have vegetation that is just a tinderbox right now. And for those who don't know, the CZU fire is not completely put out. So in a normal winter, we would have enough rainfall to completely put out the smoldering below ground. And as of a month ago, we had already had, I think, 5 flare-ups of the CZU fire. That's how bad and risky and dangerous things are. So I'm really looking forward to the informational report on the 21st of this month. And I assume it's going to have both more strategic and longer range actions along the lines of what Chief Duker was describing. But I'm also going to be very interested about the most urgent and immediate things that we're doing for this year. And I am concerned that we may not be moving aggressively enough and quickly enough. For instance, we're still allowing barbecuing in Foothills Park. I'm just very surprised that we do that with the danger that's up there. I've observed that Los Altos Hills private lands and Stanford and much of their lands have already initiated the grass removal in a lot of areas, but I haven't observed it in, for instance, Wild Horse Valley that we've done in the past. And I appreciate that the calendar impetus for that is often how we set things up. But in an extremely dry year like this, the calendars move forward. And we're already in a tinder dry area. As you probably know, our trees and brush are just a very low water content. I mean, we're one match away from a big event. And I think we need to be full court press. We've gone through this COVID pandemic, and it is we think of them as these black swan events. How could anybody ever have foreseen these things? And yet people did warn us of a pending pandemic. And we've got that sort of situation right now in our wildlands where that risk is acute. It's like nothing I've ever seen in my lifetime of living here. And I just want to convey that sense of urgency because if we don't do everything we can now and something were to happen, there's no do-over. And so I just want to encourage us to really think of this, and that includes us as a council and our whole staff, as something that is a very high risk that warrants a great deal of attention and urgency. but thanks again for this big step. And it's a great foundation for the next things that we need to do. Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Welcome, Deputy Chief McNally and Chief Glass. Thanks for joining us tonight. And thanks to everyone who worked on it, including, I'm sure, our legal team. There's a lot of things in here. I just want to be sure I understand, because it's, I feel like it's sort of not super clear in the staff report. Los Altos Hills Community Fire Department is paying when our staff is there and also when the county staff is there, and they're paying at overtime rates. Is that for the full 12 hours?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so that was a little subtle here. So I just wanted to call that out and make sure that everybody was aware of that. So I appreciate some of my colleagues' deep concerns about fire, which we hear about frequently. I think the thing we haven't talked about yet is that the medical services that will be provided. So it's not just that there's more people visiting Foothills, there's more people visiting all of the Mid-Penn places, there's more people out on bicycles, and frankly, there's more accidents. So I think it's going to be great that during this summer, when people are excited to get out and go places, that we'll have that medical service, be able to reach people more promptly. I'm pretty sure Burn Preserve in Los Altos is busier too, because we always turn away people with dogs and we tell them to go there. So, there's just a lot more activity out there, which is wonderful to see. So it's great to have more presence. So thank you to everyone who's worked on this, and particularly to the community of Los Altos Hills for partnering with us. And if there's anything we can do to help, stop by with cookies for people up staffing Foothills, let us know. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, thank you to staff and our fire departments for being here tonight and pulling together this agreement. I really think there's no question the city should enter into the Tri-City agreement. It's already been talked about, but last year was just the worst wildfire season recorded in California's history. We had over 10,000 fires, more than 4.2 million acres burned. Families like my own were displaced. Thousands lost their homes. Dozens lost their lives. I hope I'm wrong, but I do fear that this year's fire season is going to be even deadlier. I think the vice mayor is spot on about his predictions, and we heard that confirmed as well from the presentation. The drought conditions are that we faced last year have only worsened, and I think kind of what Councilmember Cormack was talking about there, we're going to be seeing an increased use of our community's open spaces with the loosening of the COVID restrictions and the opening up of the economy, people wanting to get outside. We're continuing to see warm, nice weather. I think we're just going to have more and more people wanting to come out, and that is going to increase public visitation to the Foothills Preserve, as well as other open spaces, the increased presence of illegal fireworks being set off in the region. I think we have a really strong chance for a major wildfire in our community. And I agree with the vice mayor's his points about really the need for us to be even more proactive than we are, to do everything that we can to be able to protect our community, and to just to be able to improve public safety all around. Because I agree, Councilmember Cormack made a good point. It's not just fires; it's also all the other public safety issues that go along with it. So I'm excited to vote for this agreement. Really encourage our public safety officials to look for increased ways in which our public safety departments can further increase partnerships with surrounding jurisdictions. I think this is a great model to be able to pursue. I think anytime that we can be collaborating, not only does it help provide a greater service to the community, but also is a great way to be able to preserve city resources as well. I wonder, just a couple questions here. I wonder, are there other ways that's kind of being used to maximize community safety and conserving resources in other public safety agencies, such as police or other ways that fire can have these type of agreements moving forward? Have we seen models in other communities that have worked, or anything else that we're pursuing?
I can try. So for Palo Alto Fire and County Fire, not immediately. There's in the county as a whole, we do share resources when we hire personnel, and we created what was deemed a joint fire academy. So as multiple agencies hiring personnel that didn't necessarily have the resources to put on a full academy would join together, pull their resources, and put on an academy for all of those personnel involved. There have been other occasions on smaller scales. County Fire ran the vaccination clinic during the early months of this year to get all fire personnel vaccinated, in which, I know some of our council members ended up going through that at the end, along with numerous other city employees. And that was staffed predominantly with fire, police, and county EMS resources as a joint effort. So it does happen on occasion. There's always ways to look further at that. And I know Chief Glass and his department have been very proactive in that regard. And obviously being the city of Palo Alto is receptive to that, we'll continue to look for those opportunities.
Great, thank you. And yeah, I think any opportunities that we can have to have these type of agreements, I think we should look into them. I would encourage the police department to do that as well. And yeah, again, any opportunity that we can have to be more proactive on fire prevention, especially this year, highly encouraged. So thanks for all that you do to keep our community safe.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys also for your work on this. I think fire safety, as others mentioned, is really, really important. So glad we're doing this. Also glad we're trying to partner on things, because I think it usually you get greater efficiencies that way. Now, I just wanted to follow along the question that Councilman Cormack started asking, and I was looking at the staff report here. So how, in terms of the 3 different agencies, what's the breakdown in terms of the amount of service that's being used, or the amount of work that's being done between the 3 different agencies? How does that break out? By the way, I think when we set the timer, so I think I have more time than 20 seconds here, but.
I'll start, and then I'll ask if Chief Glass could jump in as well. The workload, I think that's kind of an unknown quantity at this time. We did have some initial discussions about call volumes in the area, but it's not a large number, at least in previous years, and there's been some circumstances that have changed. So that's kind of an unknown. The staffing will be split generally 50-50 between Palo Alto Fire and County Fire. And then, so Palo Alto would be providing the station and personnel half the time. County Fire would be providing some apparatus and staffing half the time. And Los Altos Hills, who's also receiving a benefit from coverage in that area, would be providing the overtime monies to staff it.
Sure, but I guess, and maybe you do it by call volume, but how does the call volume vary between the 3 different areas? How does that break out?
Again, I don't have an exact number. Our call volume in the Palo Alto Hills historically has been relatively low. In previous fire seasons, I would say that the call volume has been less than 100 over the course of a 4-month deployment, but I can get you more specific data. It would take me a little longer though. But I don't have it for Los Altos. Maybe Chief Glass can speak to that.
Yeah, we track the responses that come out of the El Monte Fire Station and report that monthly to the Los Altos Hills County Fire District's Board of Commissioners. Again, being able to take a look at what we estimate the call volume to be at Station 8 during the summer months is an unknown, because we don't have access to that data at this point. I think this is the first step in staffing that engine and seeing what the utilization of that unit will look like. Again, we'll have the area within Los Altos Hills, the Palo Alto foothills, and then down into the Page Mill 280 corridor, and then all the way Page Mill west towards the 35 corridor. So again, we believe there's a sufficient amount of calls. And then again, that engine is not required always to be in that fire station. So if a brush fire were to occur further north on 280 within the Palo Alto city limits, that engine could be requested or dispatched to go fight that fire, as it could be requested down into the Los Altos Hills area closer to Magdalena or something in that case. But again, we don't really have a direct correlation to the total number of anticipated calls, but we will be able to report out on the heels of the 30-day period the total number of calls the unit is dispatched to.
Okay, how did you guys figure out how do you divvy up the cost among the three agencies then? If you don't know what the workload is between the three agencies, how do we know what is, like, how do we split it so that it's kind of fair to everyone involved?
The initial discussions that occurred between Chief Blackshire, myself, and the general manager at the Los Altos Hills County Fire District was that this would initially be Palo Alto providing specifically only Station 8, County Fire providing specifically one Type 3 engine company, and then a shared staffing model between Palo Alto and County Fire, with Los Altos Hills picking up the cost for the overtime portion of the staffing and labor costs. That was going to put us on what we believe to be relatively equal footing, with Los Altos Hills picking up arguably a larger portion of the tab as it related to staffing costs, which make up a significant portion. But since Los Altos Hills doesn't own any fire engines, then that's where they contract for services with County Fire. We have the additional engine. In discussions with Palo Alto, operationally, it was not going to be feasible or safe to mix our crews initially at the outset on one piece of equipment provided by County Fire. There is certain training and routing and dispatching and operational level concerns that are something that we can definitely bridge given the time, but under the compressed time frame to put this in service for this fire season, we didn't feel it was a safe measure. So we chose to have Palo Alto take 1 month, County Fire take another month, and we will have our people with our equipment on our engine, and Palo Alto will have their people with their equipment on their engine. Their training, their policies, procedures, rules, and regulations are all adhered to. Again, this is an initial first step towards providing increased service to multiple jurisdictions.
I generally like the idea. I'm just trying to think of, because we don't know how the workload is divided, it's hard to know how the cost should be divided. So that's the only thing that gives me kind of some pause here, right? To know whether we might be getting an awesome, screaming good deal here, or we might be, not be a really bad deal for us. It's hard to know because we don't know the workload. And that's why, I guess, why didn't you guys try to figure out the workload? Why not try to estimate it when you guys entered into this? So you guys kind of know how to do the cost sharing so that's fair to everyone.
I can speak to it to start. And I think to Chief Glass's point, kind of the unknown, we haven't staffed Station 8 in quite some time. So some of those calls that would normally be picked up there, Cal Fire will grab off of Skyline Road. They have a station. There's been the Almonte station that was spoken about, County Fire. There's our Fire Station 2 that often responded up in there. We do have a staffing or a statistical program. I could draw a polygon around that general area, but understanding who's going to be closest, if it would be a Fire Station 8 in Almonte, Cal Fire, is often somewhat uncertain. And to Chief Glass's point, this is a resource that's generally, and I would say we're more on the getting a good deal side. We're getting coverage in our foothills at the expense of Los Altos Hills. We are using overtime personnel, which is completely paid because we don't have additional bodies to staff that station on regular duty. So it'll be overtime, which is completely reimbursed through Los Altos Hills. And they get the benefit because generally that station has not been busy as it would be in a more, I should say, populated area like Station 1 downtown, received far more calls for service. So there is workload left in those crews that could be utilized to cover the Los Altos area, parts of the Skyline Corridor, Page Mill, as Chief Glass said, and some others. So to take those resources at a fully refundable cost, essentially the cost to the city of Palo Alto is the fuel for the apparatus and general maintenance on that in the station.
Okay, great. And I guess this is coming up for renewal every year. So after a year, we could, and I think we could look at it and see, and hopefully that'll be in the staff report so we could see kind of what's happening, right? And hopefully, like you said, we're getting a great deal here. So appreciate that.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm glad to see this agreement and this show of cooperation, and I add my thanks to everybody involved in making this happen. And I want to thank Councilmember Tanaka for some of those questions because I had some similar ones. And so just to clarify, when you say Los Altos Hills will pay the overtime, are they paying the difference between regular and overtime, or are they paying the entire amount? If that makes sense.
They're going to be paying the entire amount. Okay.
And is all this, and I think you just answered this, but all the staffing will be done as overtime, right? There won't be any, there's no capacity to have people there at kind of regular.
That is correct.
And to your point, just as clarification, regardless of whether there's an overtime person at the station or not, it will require, so we have discussed in past years where we send a regular crew up there all season simply for the familiarity of the area. It's not going downtown at Station 1 where it's a simple layout that many people have worked before. Working the trails and working the areas up in the foothills is far more complicated, I would say. I spent 3 seasons up there in the summers in my past, and being able to spend some time up there was very beneficial. We would possibly send personnel on regular duty and then backfill them with overtime. So the cost is the same, but it just may not be the same body stationed at.
Okay. Yeah, so first of all, I want to say I support the agreement, but I just want to make sure I also understand the contract. And so on packet page 61, this section 10.1, it says the fees will be sufficient to cover all expenses, including staff, supplies, capital outlay, equipment maintenance, amortization, communications. But then 10.2 says that we will charge these overtime fees and no additional charges. And so I'm just wondering, how does that work? I mean, what happens with kind of wear and tear on the station or capital costs or supplies? Like, who pays for those and where does that money come from?
I'm happy to answer that question to the best of my ability. At this point, the only thing that the Los Altos Hills County Fire District is committed to paying is the overtime for staffing. So the wear and tear, as Chief McNally indicated, the fuel in the vehicle, the tires, the wear and tear, the maintenance of the apparatus that Palo Alto provides would be bared by the city of Palo Alto and the fire department. So would the ongoing station use cost. So whatever the cost of the wear and tear, there is some language in the contract though to cover damage in the event a county fire engine, let's say, were to back into the fire station and damage the door. A county fire would assume that liability so that the city would not have to bear that cost. And there's some timelines in there as to how to resolve that cost. I think it's 30 days. But the goods that are in the station, paper towels, things like that, would be ultimately bared by the city of Palo Alto, as county fire would bear the responsibility for equipment wear and tear on the apparatus as well, for the apparatus that we provide. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that definitely helps. And so is Santa Clara County going to use their truck and Palo Alto use their own truck, or are we using the county truck?
You're correct. We will each use our own apparatus. As Chief Glass's point, there's training issues that go along with each apparatus is different. They're not all built exactly the same, so it allows for some safety measures and training.
Okay. Yeah, so like I said, I support this agreement and I'm happy to see it. I just, again, this is potentially a 5-year agreement, and it'd be good if there was just a understanding that if we need to revisit these costs, if things aren't really being covered by overtime. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and move the staff motion.
Second.
And say you've heard Councilmember Cormack first. And so again, I just want to echo the comments of other council members, very concerned about the conditions, about being very dry, and agree with a lot of the comments that were made. We should be doing all we can, and looking forward to seeing that information report. But if there's anything else that we could do, and again, things like barbecues or fire pits in Foothill Park seem like one that we should probably stop immediately. But even I understand we're clearing out grass, but even if there should be tree trimming or more investment, it'd be good to hear about that. But that's kind of beyond the motion here, so fully support the contract. Councilmember Cormack, do you want to speak to your second?
Briefly, this is meets a number of needs, and it does so in a way that really works for us during this difficult time that we're in from a budget standpoint, and look forward to all the staff working up there in that beautiful place and supporting them as best we can.
Great. Unless there's any other comments, let's go ahead and vote on this motion. I think we're starting with Councilmember Fulseth.
Yes.
Okay, vote yes. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. That passes on a 7-0. And we'll move on to our next item. So item number 7 is a discussion around the scope of economic development and resources needed for implementation.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kylie Noze, Administrative Services Director. And I'm here to kind of just kick off this night's item. Tonight we have a conversation teed up that is yet another step or component, or choose your metaphor, of the Council's Community and Economic Work Plan. So as a reminder, the Council approved this Community and Economic Recovery or Economic Work Plan back in March of this year. And one of the tenets was to explore what, basically, in my own words, what does economic development look like for the city of Palo Alto as we move through this recovery period. So as part of that, we are here to discuss tonight with our partners, Good City Company. The Good City Company, perhaps with a familiar face that you may have recognized from yesteryear here in Palo Alto. And we hopefully tonight are looking for and anticipating that the council will be able to engage in a really fruitful conversation around economic development, the theories, what the definition is and strategies for it, and then really move to provide direction to staff regarding the scope of what economic development function, the goals of that function, and the resources necessary to achieve those goals. As the one who's also working on the budget with you guys, I'm going to be super forthcoming with you and let you know and remind the council that this function is not resourced on an ongoing basis at all. With all the significant budget reductions that have taken place across the organization, that the goals defined here, we will need to allocate resources in order to achieve them. So that will likely be a component of the conversation that you have this evening. As many of you are familiar, though, as we've recently gone through the budget process, there are some pools of available funding that we've kind of squirreled away as part of the current Finance Committee recommended FY 2022 budget that you as a council will be hearing. There's a $500,000 council reserve. There's still $100,000 sitting in the council contingent account. There may be other unallocated funds depending on some of the final budget actions. Obviously, the budget stabilization reserve. And so with that, just a friendly reminder as you're scoping what you may or may not want to include in a strategy, I will actually turn it over to Mr. Aaron Ackman of the Good City Company for his presentation on economic development and potential options for the city of Palo Alto. So Aaron.
Thank you, Kylie, and thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. It's good to be back in front of the City Council once again after several years off. Can we go to the next slide, please? My name is Aaron Ackman. I am a principal with Good City Company. I've spent about the last 20 years doing planning and economic development work along the peninsula, most notably in 3 cities, Redwood City, most recently, Palo Alto, as well as San Bruno. And right now, my company is in about 15 or 16 different cities, mostly in the peninsula, but throughout the Bay Area, providing planning and economic development services. I'm with my colleague, Leslie Parks. She has 30 years in economic development, and here is a list of 5 cities that she's done work in, economic development related work. However, she's been in many more cities than this, providing strategic advice related to economic development services. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie for the presentation. It'll come then back to me and I'll help facilitate the discussion, answer any questions you may have, and hopefully get us to a point where we have a recommendation to move forward with some type of economic development services in Palo Alto, if that's what the council chooses. So Leslie, if you could take it from here.
Thank you, Aaron. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, as Aaron mentioned, I've worked in a number of cities in the Bay Area, both as staff and as a consultant. So I have seen both sides of the rainbow, if you will. Tonight, we've got a pretty packed agenda for you. We're going to cover a definition of economic development with typical goals and objectives, what types of businesses contribute to a local economy, what are economic development assets or advantages that help define goals, approaches to economic development, because every city takes pretty much a baseline approach, but they tweak it or customize it depending on their specific goals. There are different approaches and there are different economic development activities that are implemented as part of the approach. At the end of this presentation, what we're hopeful of doing is providing more information and a context so that you can decide what might work for Palo Alto. Following this presentation, as Aaron mentioned, the council will have a discussion and hopefully will provide direction to staff. One, to identify the scope and preferred elements of the city's ongoing economic development activities. Many years ago, because I have many years, I do remember working with two economic development staff people in Palo Alto, but that was quite a bit of time ago. And if desired, council can identify the resources that are necessary to implement a scope that include, one, hiring an economic development staff person, or developing a request for proposal for the provision of ongoing work by an outside consultant. Next slide. All right, we're going to begin with a definition of economic development. And having been in this business for a very long time, I can tell you that economic development means different things to different communities. There's no universally accepted definition of economic development. But for example, I give you economic development is the creation of wealth from which community benefits are realized. It is an investment in growing the local economy and enhancing the prosperity and quality of life for all residents. That pretty much is a basic definition that many communities adopt. Again, they tweak it or customize it depending on their goals and objectives. Next slide. So definition of economic development and goals are typically influenced by a number of factors. Economic changes, whether it's a rural or urban community, and I've worked in both. The type of businesses or industries that are located in a community's assets and location advantages. These are the things that appeal to a business and also to its residents. The other thing that can influence an economic development definition and its goals, as we all know now, is a pandemic. Next slide. One of the things that influence these goals and a definition is a community's demographics. And I thought it would be beneficial for you to look at the basic demographics of three communities in the United States. What you see on the slide is, Palo Alto with a very high median household income, much higher than most of the communities on the peninsula and in the Bay Area. Again, per capita income is high, poverty level is low as compared to, say, Redwood City and the US overall. The median age in Palo Alto is older than the other two communities in the US. Educational attainment is much higher. Again, when we look at diversity, what's interesting to me is that the largest ethnic population in Palo Alto is Asian, 32.6%. Whereas if you look at Redwood City, it's 37.2%, and that's the Latinx or Hispanic community. So there's a complete difference in the two. Next slide. Just want to recall too that the demographics can play an important role not only in the goals and the definition of economic development, but it also plays an important role in terms of the market that retailers and other businesses use to assess a community. A community is really an ecosystem of small, medium, and large businesses. But I think what we're seeing in an overall trend is a slow disappearance of medium-sized businesses, the missing middle, which applies to different aspects of our economy. These are disappearing. The gap between, those at the higher income level, whether they're businesses or residents, and those at the lower end of the spectrum, the gap is getting wider. Certain businesses have a greater multiplier effect on the economy compared to service businesses. And I'll mention again that service businesses are the predominant type of business in every community. A multiplier effect is a business that's, I would define as a traded sector business. This is a business that sells products and services outside the area. They can sell them domestically and they can sell them globally. But when they do that, they create additional jobs, either through suppliers or other vendors that supply services to help them make the product. And you can see by the illustration, we have equipment, high precision equipment there's autos, and again, then we have pharmaceuticals. These are higher value production, and therefore they create a stronger multiplier effect. Most communities have small businesses, and they rely on employees from the larger companies, especially office users, as customers. And again, this is all part of the ecosystem that supports the entire food chain. Next slide. I did a lot of research on small businesses last year, and small businesses are truly the backbone of the US economy. Small businesses with less than 500 employees make up 99% of the businesses in the US and employ 47% of the private workforce. Firms with 20 to 99 employees have the largest share of employment, and they create the most jobs. And you'll see that in the profile of retail businesses in Palo Alto. Small businesses are typically locally serving. In other words, their customer base comes from the local community. Again, they are primarily service businesses, either personal or professional. Next slide. This is a profile of Palo Alto retail businesses, and you can see by this particular table that the majority, more than the predominant number of businesses in Palo Alto retail businesses employ less than 20 people. It's very strong in the category from 1 to 20. And this is typical of most communities, at least in urban areas. So you're not dissimilar from other communities in the Bay Area. Next slide. We also look at, when we're doing an assessment of a local economy, what are the major employers in a community? And this information was gleaned from 2019 for Palo Alto. I was informed that Space Systems L'Oreal is no longer in Palo Alto, which is an indication that things change. Obviously, Hewlett-Packard is going to be changing the number of employees they have in Palo Alto as they shift their headquarters to Texas. A number of the large employers in Palo Alto are medical, Palo Alto Medical Foundation, Stanford University, and Lucille Packard Children's Hospital. In Mountain View, the mix is a bit different. While they have El Camino Hospital, they have a stronger number of high-tech firms, Google being the big 900-pound gorilla in the community. These are cutting-edge businesses that are growing. Not every high-tech business grows at the rate that a Google or a LinkedIn or an Intuit grows, but there's usually a much stronger pace with technology companies. Next slide. We also look at the major sales tax performers, and it was interesting to me to note that Palo Alto has very strong retailers, but they're higher end retailers, as opposed to a lot of other communities which have more general merchandise retailers. Absent from Palo Alto are those general merchandise type of retailers like Costco, Home Depot, Walmart, and Target. But what fills the gap in Palo Alto are higher end retailers like Neiman Marcus, Tiffany, Bloomingdale's, specialty stores. And again, the patrons for these stores tend to be out of town visitors who come and spend money at these stores. Next slide. These are the major sales tax performers in Mountain View, a little bit different mix. You see REI, Target, Total Wine. There's no Home Depot in Mountain View. Walmart is strong. Kohl's. These are typically the retailers that have withstood the pandemic impact on the economy better than other retailers. A Costco is a strong revenue generator for a community. Typically, the average Costco generates about $1 million a year in sales tax revenue. Other retailers like Kohl's and Walmart probably do less. Just to mention, just for general interest, in the terms of retail now, the strongest revenue generators that I've seen in terms of retail tax revenue and other tax revenue are cannabis businesses and a Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is the strongest sales tax generator in one of the communities in Solano County. Next slide. One thing I want to note in terms of sales tax generators, it is very difficult for communities to find new businesses that generate the kind of sales tax revenue that a Costco or a Walmart generate. And there's a variety of reasons for these changes that we'll talk about later. But a lot of it is the shift to internet sales, which reflects the changes that we are making in our shopping. But again, it's very hard to replicate or replace a sales tax generator like Costco. A community also has other economic development assets. These include a port, airport, public transit, downtowns, neighborhood business districts, industrial R&D and production, which tend to provide your jobs that are in the traded sectors, office users, diverse retail, rural agriculture, which wouldn't apply to Palo Alto, a qualified labor force, consistent, streamlined, timely planning, entitlement, and building permit process. And in my experience, every community struggles with the permitting. I can't think of any community that doesn't get criticism or about their planning and permitting process. So don't feel that you're singled out for this. So the question that we'll be discussing later on is, what are Palo Alto's strongest assets and advantages? And I think there are many in this community that make it attractive to not only businesses, but to residents. It's a highly desirable place to live and work. Next slide. There are examples of broad economic development goals. Again, not every city shares these goals. Retention and support of local businesses that in turn provide goods and services that are desired by residents. Each of us has, specific requirements and desires in terms of retailers and local businesses. Increase city revenues so that the general fund can provide high quality services for residents. All of these are broader economic development goals. Next slide. There are typical goals and activities associated with those goals. So for example, if the goal is to sustain a thriving business district with restaurants and retail as desirable amenities for residents, the activity to achieve that might be small business assistance, especially in your downtowns and neighborhood commercial. And no more was that ever important than during COVID, when our local businesses really struggled from the impacts from the pandemic. Another goal, help businesses start up and expand. In other words, increase their capacity or sales and achieve sustainability. Small businesses are growing and continue to grow. It's interesting, Yelp reports that even though there were a lot of businesses that disappeared or closed during the pandemic, the net loss from new businesses that reported on Yelp in 2019 to 2021 there was only a 10% decline. So even in an economic downturn, people start new businesses. If they're entrepreneurs, they're resilient and they think of new ideas and they come back again. Next slide. Job creation and preservation. Some communities care a lot about job creation and preservation because they're interested in upward mobility for their residents. They also want to increase tax base and property values. So they might engage in marketing and promotion of the city for new businesses and development to fill vacant spaces and sites. Another goal is to support existing residents and service workers. And by doing that, they would fund programs that aim to create an adequate supply of affordable housing, which we all know that in every community in urban areas is a struggle. Next slide. It can be one goal that a community has in terms of economic development. It doesn't have to be a number of goals. I think a good goal is to ensure that the city has strong, diverse business base that supports a high quality of life for its residents. And I think that's an achievable goal. Next slide. The approach can be framed in different ways. The approach to economic development will depend on your community goals. It can be proactive, less proactive. It can take a middle ground, and I have examples that I showed in my report. The approach should focus on what the city does best. This city, like others, already provided a strong business assistance to local businesses in response to COVID-19. And I think going forward in the economic recovery, that assistance is still going to be needed. But the question is there a need to raise the level of effort beyond what we did in COVID? What will it take to make the businesses stronger, more sustainable, and allow them to survive? Because things changed in the pandemic. The way we shop, what we buy, how we buy, all of that has changed. Consumer behavior has shifted. At the end of the day, a community can still take an organic approach where there is no proactive or middle of the road or less proactive option. A community can choose to just let it happen. Next slide. This graph shows you, maps out different approaches used by the communities, several communities in the area. On the less proactive end, we have cities like Santa Clara and Belmont, both of which have no permanent economic development staff, nor do they retain any consultants to implement or provide those services. Menlo Park currently does not have dedicated ED staff, although they did in past years. In the middle of the road are Redwood City, Burlingame, Los Altos, San Carlos. Cupertino shifting to a more proactive approach is Fremont and Mountain View. I want to stress though, even at the most proactive end, these approaches may be considered very conservative compared to other communities in the United States. Again, it just depends on what the goals are. Next slide. In this slide, as in the report, I chose a job description for a recent recruitment for economic development manager. Most of the permanent economic development staff positions in cities in the Bay Area are economic development managers, and there's usually only one staff. Very few cities have more than one staff. So it's a one-person operation. The salary range is pretty much about $125,000 at the low end or starting end to as much as $204,000 per year. It just depends on what the city's salary ranges are for any particular category. An economic development manager, I would say, has a more strategic or leadership role. It still involves implementation, but the expectation is that there will be more strategic thinking and anticipation of opportunities and also challenges. Next slide. Recently, there was a search for an economic development coordinator. Again, some of the tasks and responsibilities don't appear to be different from the economic development manager. These are more implementational though, and less strategic and less of a leadership role. The one task I would question is the ability to negotiate development transactions. That's a very highly skilled task. And I can't think of even many economic development managers that can negotiate a development transaction, especially if it involves fiscal or economic analysis. Most of the people in the economic manager category do not have those skills, and it's required. What's required is to retain an outside consultant to do that type of an analysis. Next slide. So in addition to the staff costs, some cities allocate a separate budget for economic development. I would say not many, but I did pull a sampling of different cities. Mountain View has an ongoing budget of $70,000, plus this year, fiscal year 2021, they have a one-time allocation of $275,000 for COVID-19 business impacts. The city did have a loan program for small businesses, and they implemented a grant program also. Redwood City has a one-time allocation this year of $450,000, but there is no ongoing budget for economic development. Fremont says they have few discretionary funds. The budget is almost entirely staff. San Mateo says they have $300,000 for economic development on an annual basis, but that budget is often tapped to fill other gaps. So you can see there is a range, but typically there is no ongoing budget. It's probably something that personally I would not recommend, because you do need some funds to cover and address needs and opportunities. Next slide. So when you build an economic development program, it's built on the community's strengths and weaknesses. So when I look at Palo Alto, and I did a survey of a couple of real estate brokers, commercial and industrial, to get their perception of what they felt the strengths and weaknesses are for Palo Alto. Palo Alto ranks high. It's a high quality of life, diverse retail, defined downtown, proximity to Stanford University and the Stanford Research Park, availability of businesses that provide professional services to support high value or knowledge companies. There's walkability and bikeability of the city. It's a very easy community to be in. There's access to Caltrain. With weaknesses, there was there's a perceived issue around availability of parking in the downtown. But I always think that if you have a parking problem in your downtown or there's not enough parking, that's a sign of success too. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be addressed. It's just a strong sign of success. You have a downside, I think, in the terms of quick access to major freeways. You have 280 on one side and 101, but it does take some time to access those freeways. And this is true of every city in the peninsula, obviously, the high cost of housing. There's limited office space growth. If high-rise space is in demand, some users prefer high density or multi-level high-rise space. So typically cities will have a diversity of type of space, mid-rise, low-rise, and then high-rise. Next slide. So what type of effort works for Palo Alto? Again, an economic development effort should be tailored to a city's economic assets, goals, and preferences of the community. There are benefits to an experienced staff person or consultant. There's greater accountability and linkage to the organization's goals and policies. There's consistency of service delivery, and there's expertise to take advantage of opportunities. And economic development opportunities do arise. But at the end of the day, there's always the organic option, which is you continue without that expertise. The point of this presentation today was to provide the council with information and a facilitated discussion that can help them decide what role, if any, economic development can play in the city. There is no advocacy here. The intent, again, was to provide you with information so you can make an informed decision. Both Aaron and I will be available for questions. I'm sure you have many, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this overview of economic development. I feel strongly about economic development. I've spent a long career in it, and it's one of the most challenging and interesting professions. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to staff. Oh, there's one more slide. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I wanted to give you a summary of the options. Again, there's a permanent staff position. This gives you the cost associated with that. It would be a salary without benefits and without a budget. There's part-time, full-time consultant option, which is a contract position. Typically, that would be $100,000 to $200,000 annually, plus any expenses. Again, additional funding, which is a budget that can range from 0 to 50,000 or more. It just depends on what the city's desires and objectives are. Want to underscore, though, for special studies, most cities have to reach outside for consulting services to provide economic and fiscal analysis. Okay. Again, the council discussion that will take place now will address questions such as what are the strengths that Palo Alto can build on? What are the economic development weaknesses the city should focus on? What is the potential scope and preferred elements of an ongoing economic development activity for the city? And what are the resources necessary to implement that scope, including hiring permanent staff or developing an RFP for the provision of ongoing work by an outside consultant? Okay, that's the end of the presentation.
Thanks, Leslie. And before I turn it back over to staff, we will go through all these questions. I think we do, council members could cover these, each in turn. One thing to keep in mind, and Leslie touched on this, but really higher level, economic development is really a means to an end, and that is to provide a high quality of life for your residents. And that's really done through two ways. The first way is creating a business environment where you have the tax revenue that is necessary to provide general fund services and capital services to provide a high quality of life to your residents. And the second really is to make sure that you have the policies in place so that the businesses that you have there, whether they're small businesses or medium-sized businesses, are the type of businesses that serve your residents well. So as we go through these, I like to keep that in mind. I always knew that I kept that in mind in my previous staff roles, and it helped. And I'll turn it over to Kylie now Kylie or Ed now for the last slide.
Thank you, Leslie and Aaron. Just again, reiterating here for the council what the ask is tonight, really looking at and providing direction to staff on the desired scope for economic development and goals, frankly, for future investment. And Obviously, we've discussed what that could look like, the resources that it may need, everything from something small ad hoc to a more dedicated program. I will tell you right now, again, we listed the pots for the council's consideration in terms of additional funding that may be there. And staff's next steps on this would be obviously to take the council's feedback as part of this, and depending on either, bring back budget adjustments or, as Ms. Park said, do an RFP and solicit and see what services are out there. So with that, I will turn it to you, Mayor, and I think we have public comment.
Okay, yes, but just to be clear, there's no specific staff recommendation.
No, this is really for the council to identify their scope. And staff will then take that work and synthesize it and bring something back for the council's consideration once we've flushed that out.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the public, see if there's any public comment.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item? The economic development, please raise your hand at this time. You will be given 2 minutes to speak. At this time, we have Shweta Botninger, Karen Holman, Charlie Wiedens, and Rebecca Eisenberg. Shweta, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. You need to unmute. There you go. Shweta, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, I think that's me. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so, sorry, a little confusion here. This is Tiffany Griego. I'm Managing Director of Stanford Research Park. So I must have logged in on Shweta's login. I'm sorry. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I wanted to thank you for taking a hard look at an economic development function of the city and for exploring new ways that Palo Alto can remain economically successful as well as become resilient out of this pandemic. We believe the economic health of Palo Alto depends on its businesses, small and large, including those in the research park, as well as businesses across many sectors. And this was clearly demonstrated by COVID-19 impacts on local businesses and in turn on the city's budget reduction of $40 million for this fiscal year. As an example, I'd like to point out that Stanford Research Park businesses produce about 15% of Palo Alto's sales tax revenues, mostly from business-to-business sales and point of sale. The Research Park also generates over $24 million to the Palo Alto Unified School District and $21 million to the City of Palo Alto's general fund through direct sales tax revenues. We believe businesses help cities thrive, but in the Research Park, like other local businesses, we're not immune to economic downturns, and as businesses suffer, so does tax generation for the city. An economic development program is essential to keep businesses stable and running in Palo Alto, as well as continuously attracted to setting up in Palo Alto. We encourage the council to consider hiring a dedicated economic development staff to help businesses engage more effectively with the city. We want to ensure Palo Alto remains a place where businesses, small and large, continue to want to be. And so we look forward to working with city staff as you consider creating an economic development program for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tiffany. Our next speaker is Karen Holman, to be followed by Charlie Wiedens and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Karen, go ahead.
Before I start, I wanted to thank you for your vote on that last item very much. Thank you. Palo Alto, unlike the majority of other towns in the Bay Area, has not had an experienced economic development staff going back perhaps 20 years. It's important to understand what part such a person plays in the community. From the role of an economic development director article, economic development directors work to strengthen their local economy and diversify their city's tax base. They recruit new businesses, retain existing ones, and assist businesses when they can expand operations locally. And economic development staff systematically meet with the council on a variety of learnings, trends, opportunities, et cetera, frequently, especially at the beginning, as Palo Alto has let the marketplace determine its fate for a very long time, rather than taking advantage of positive aspects of market forces to the benefit of the city. Economic development has a key role in placemaking. Market forces alone are almost by definition counter to having the general good as a central goal, where ideally public policy strives to achieve positive placemaking. We really need a strategic focus, perhaps now more than ever. Economic development staff need to be feet on the ground, working on a daily basis with retailers, restaurateurs, nonprofits, tech, visual arts, cultural entities, office managers, etc. Knowledge of what businesses need, opportunities they see or seek, and how they can best be supported are essential to keeping a healthy variety of businesses here, including criteria for incentives and events, common and essential to success, especially for small businesses that locals rely on for goods and services. We have here a history of hearing that some business or other is leaving, often hearing too late to do anything about it, even if the skills existed in the city's toolbox. And often reasons are hearsay, not an analysis of market changes, personal decisions, or rent issues or the like. And as can be seen in the analysis of other cities, consultant firms are not the common way of implementing their economic development programs. Consider the range of experience and responsibility that Mountain View has in its press release about hiring new staff in April. Economic development is an investment in the economy and in our future. And perhaps especially in the current environment, we need economic development staff, or we will be even more behind the curve as other cities work to supplement their current gallery of businesses. And I ask, can stimulus money be used to launch? And I do agree with Tiffany Griego's comments previously. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Charlie Weedens, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Charlie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you for this very important discussion. For the Chamber of Commerce, we would like you to look at an economic development plan that attracts, retains, and supports the businesses that are currently here and looking to come here. How do we create opportunities to partner with all stakeholders in the community for a committed economic development strategy? How do we promote and expand business in Palo Alto? How do we look at an economic development plan that supports the community needs? And what are the short and long-term goals that we're looking for? One of the things that we would like to look at, and the Chamber is very interested in collaborating with you on this, is what will the daytime workforce look like as we come out of recovery and into the next phase of a hybrid workforce? We may not see the 85,000 plus workers that come in. So how do retail, hospitality, restaurants, and hotels succeed with a possible reduced daytime population? What are the issues around zoning and permitting that are restrictive for some of the business to be successful? Can there be modified policies for zoning to be less restrictive, for example, for retail and ground floor use? What are the possibilities to modify some of these policies that are restrictive to some of our businesses? To attract, retain, and support, can we realign permitting and entitlements that will equal success? How do we reimagine downtown? How do we develop a standardized look for University Avenue and Cal Ave that will bring people back down to visit these businesses again? And we are also interested in looking at an economic development staff person or an ombudsman person who can work with new tenants and the current players in the city to help them and guide them through the process. And finally, how do we create a proactive economic recovery and development strategy that demonstrates a commitment to a thriving business community? And certainly, again, the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce is very interested in being a part of this collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. First of all, I am extraordinarily grateful. Thank you so much for having these guests and these exciting and well-stated presentations. I fully second and wholeheartedly support the comments made by the previous speakers, especially the remarks made by Kieran Coleman regarding Palo Alto's lack of having planning with regard to economic development. This lack of planning, I'm taking on from what you said, has caused Palo Alto to suffer greatly over the past years, maybe decades. This lack of future planning The failure to diversify the tax base is what has led to where you are now. One of the richest, most wealthy cities in the world is operating on a deficit. That's embarrassing. It's shameful. You're cutting community services, which is the opposite of what to do to grow. You know that if you take Econ 101. Palo Alto must ensure that the community shares in the success of its most successful businesses. Don't you get confused when peers and friends from other cities congratulate you on the growth of success of Tesla and Palantir that's still here, Google, Facebook, and other companies that have offices here? Why do they congratulate you? Because every other well-run city actually shares in the success of its most successful businesses. We should too. Additionally, I beg you to think of when you do this planning, to think of 5 generations in the future. That's something that we grew up knowing about in Palo Alto. I remember a couple years ago when you all decided unanimously to take the business tax off the ballot, a huge error that really, I hope, it's just so regrettable, this error that you made. I remember Liz Niss said, well, it would only bring in $50 million, and that seems greedy. Why would we ever need $50 million? First of all, that tax wasn't written correctly. You should have made a lot more. Tax the biggest businesses, not the smallest. Second of all, really, I think now you know what you would have been able to do with $50 million. Let's think to the future. Let's plan this. Thank you. Let's supersize this opportunity to have economic development. Hooray. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Great. Before we get into the council discussion, I'm going to suggest we take our second break. Let's do it for 10 minutes. Just come back around 8 o'clock. Council members, if you're there, if you could turn your camera on. Great. Looks like we have a quorum. So again, because we don't have a specific recommendation, I think it'd be useful as we go through the rounds if you can, start to state your position on some of these questions and kind of how you envision this working. And I suggest we definitely do a round of questions and comments before we even start to get at motions. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so I'll first offer a number of different comments and thoughts. As we start by trying to focus on not only what are the objectives, and typically in an economic development management function, but more specifically in our setting. And I think the one that is at, or a couple that are at the forefront of our minds right now is how do we help our existing businesses recover, survive, and thrive, get back really on their feet? How do we help them adapt to this different mix of who their clientele will be? Probably in the next couple of years, fewer commuter workers in, although I expect we're going to see greater normalization than has been anticipated, but that will be towards still some form of a hybrid work model with fewer workers coming in. And therefore, how do we help them respond to meeting the interests of local customers from residents in our city and adjacent cities, as opposed to workers? And we've never really had a great breakdown on the impact of commuters on these businesses. We know it's some. In restaurants, it's probably sizable, but we also know that a lot of big companies have their own food services. But certainly our biggest hit to our city revenues, which is the second thing that we really need to look at, is from the diminishment of hotel travelers. Because not only do those hotel visitors shop in our shops and eat at our restaurants, but most of all, they pay massive amounts of hotel tax. And that's where our greatest revenue shortfall left. So we have the indirect benefit of when they come here and spend money, and the direct benefit. But many of those, the vast majority of those hotel occupants have been here on business travel, kind of high-end business travel, where companies were spending a lot of money for their employees to come and meet their customers, suppliers, business meetings of all sorts. And we don't know how much of that travel will also have a permanent change, as there's a recognition that they can accomplish a good portion of that virtually, which then moves us toward how do we backfill some of that? And one way that I expect we're going to see a bump in our TOT, not to anywhere near where we were before, but a significant bump off the bottom we've experienced last year, is the hybrid workforce themselves, because many of these people aren't going to be just commuting in and fewer days. There's going to be a good portion who will work from home a certain number of days and maybe be here for 2 days a week and be residing in modest cost hotels. Others might be here a week a month or a week a quarter. And I think we're going to see a big switch into that model. That'll benefit the hotels, and that kind of is liable to happen organically, no matter what we do. So then we have the question of how can we turn the dials? And I think that really promoting the attractions of this area. We always had 4 days a week that were pushing 100% occupancy in hotels and driving up the average daily rate. And then 3 days a week where the daily rates dropped and the occupancies dropped to maybe more like 50% occupancy and far cheaper rates. So we've looked for a long time at how to promote Palo Alto and our area as an attraction for visitors. I think that's a sizable opportunity. It's not going to make up everything, but it is a dial that we can turn. And it hits not only those hotels, it brings the visitors in, brings visitors to the golf course, which is now making $750,000 a year profit after debt service. So I think those are areas that we want to think about. I've got some other thoughts that I'll hit in the next round about kind of some of the additional functions of a business economic development manager. So I'll come back to those.
Councilmember Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to staff for bringing this forward and for the Good City Companies report today. That was really helpful. I think definitely one thing that kind of really got from the Good City Companies report, I think that made very clear, was just how complex the commercial ecosystem is in a city or region. There's so many elements that impact others, and just reading it just made it more obvious the need to have a professional in city staff who is really assigned the job of managing our economic development strategy. And I think it's critical to have someone in-house to do this job and not simply outsourcing this critical job to a consulting firm. Outside firms are going to have multiple clients needing their attention. They're not going to have the time or ability to form the kinds of relationships with our local businesses and nonprofits and residents and city staff that will be necessary to do this work right. And I think having a dedicated staff member who will be able to use their training and experience to develop those relationships and understand the unique nature of businesses in Palo Alto, and be able to work frequently with council and other staff members to develop that the economic development strategies to really be able to promote a more financially sustainable and prosperous city. And I think it really comes down for me to just the importance of having a plan and taking the time to get it right. And it kind of reminds me of a quote from President Lincoln. I hope I don't massacre it, but he said, "Give me an hour to chop." Give me an hour to chop down a tree. I think he said, "Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe." That's it. And I think what I really like about it is, let's not waste our time and our resources kind of chopping away at a problem with a dull axe. I think instead we should really be pursuing these economic strategies, like Lincoln sharpening his axe, by really hiring an economic development manager whose training and experience will allow us to address these problems with a much more precision and greater strategy. And just for example, in just the next few meetings before our summer break, we're going to be taking up several economic development items, from street closures to ground floor retail ordinances. But I think us as council, we're really not the experts in this area. I think this really is an incredible opportunity for our city to invest in a permanent full-time staff member who can create that actual strategy for us to implement and follow. And I appreciate the comments of several of the public speakers who really addressed that, the need for that. I have a couple of questions. I'm wondering, can staff describe the role that our previous economic development manager performed prior to their departure, or whatever the I don't know what the exact title was, but the equivalent?
I'm not sure if any of us, quite frankly, were here at the time, sufficient to be able to respond to that. My sense in the brief overlap I had with our last ED manager was primarily one of troubleshooting of issues of businesses that were either interested in coming to town or prospectively leaving, and trying to identify what could be done to mitigate those issues.
Yeah, and I was actually here when he was here, and I think that captures it accurately. He also did work closely with different departments. So if there were like permitting issues, he could help think through what are some of the challenges that people see with permitting issues. There wasn't, and I think Councilmember Stone as well as Vice Mayor Burt had, in your comments, you touched on something very important, that it's really two components of an economic development strategy. There's really the policy level, making sure that economic development policies are coordinated throughout the city, because you touch on a lot of them, as well as boots on the ground strategy, where you're actually out there talking to business owners and making sure those two different components are coordinated. I think just because of the point in the economy that our last economic development manager was there, when it was just really coming back from the Great Recession, that most of his time was spent just responding to comments, helping troubleshoot things. But I think a healthy economic development program really focuses on both.
Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate that, and I completely agree. I do think whatever direction we choose, again, I hope we end up going with actual staff member, that it's someone who has both the experience and the training and the desire to be able to focus on both, because I think that's so critical. I also think it says a lot that we don't have staff right now who was even around at that time, or at least staff that's on this call who can recall. So it's been far too long. It's about time we get this position back. Thank you. I'm sure I'm out of time.
Yes, you were. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. And surely my colleague is not suggesting cutting down trees. That's usually not what we strive to do here in the city. But anyway, all right. This is really helpful. We've had a lot of people ask for this or suggest this over time. And I think there have been different ideas about what that person might or might not do. And I think we heard a little bit of that even tonight in the public comments, right? The description of an ombudsperson sounds a lot more like what Mr. Fehrenbach was doing, right, when he worked here, sort of troubleshooting, as it were. Looking at mountain views, that's a completely different concept. As I think about the pluses and minuses of a consultant versus staff, one thing that we have talked about, and thank you to my colleague who mentioned this, that we're probably not, the seven of us, the experts in what's next in retail. And so I think there might be room for consultants to help us figure out sectors to be focusing on that are adjacent or related to sectors we already have. And that might not be something that an ongoing staff person does. And then a staff person could be, I would say, above the coordinator level, but below the director level. So I guess that was the manager level. Looking at things like reaching out proactively to the people on the list of sales tax generators, and also conducting the survey, that seemed to make a lot of sense. I mean, let's acknowledge we're in a transition time where we, staff very creatively found somebody and that person pitched in and has been in contact with businesses all day, every day. So as we leave that model, we have to think about what we're gonna backfill it with. So I'm interested in thinking about it from a sector standpoint. Certainly, we've relied on visitors and the hospitality sector in particular, but also the high-end luxury goods that Ms. Parks was referring to earlier. One thing that just has to jump out at everybody on the page of our largest employers isn't just that so many of them are in healthcare, but that so many of them are related to Stanford. So whoever it is that we have, I mean, some of the people are coming for businesses used to, but many of the people were coming because they were connected to Stanford or an event there, a conference, something like that. So whoever this person is, we would need a little bit of connection with this very large entity that we're really so connected with. I didn't see anything in the report about healthcare or Stanford. Mr. Ackman or Ms. Parks, do you have any thoughts to share on how we should think about that when we're making these decisions?
So I'll start, Leslie, and I could turn it over to you. So I mean, as Stanford is a big component of Palo Alto and Palo Alto's history. And I do think ongoing relationship, whatever this role is, whether it's a coordinator or a manager, you would need that person to have an ongoing role and communicate with people like Tiffany, with people within the university to understand how they could be best involved in Palo Alto economic development. So I would say, yeah, both on the healthcare front and on the university and on the research park front. Leslie, did you have anything to add?
Yes, I have worked with Stanford Hospital in other communities. They have been very supportive in terms of generating tax revenue, use tax revenue for those communities where they build facilities. So they are an important contributor for revenue to the economy beyond just, Stanford Hospital may have a gift center, but that doesn't generate much sales tax. But there are other opportunities, and it speaks to the importance, I think, of having someone in a role who understands where those opportunities are. About your question regarding sectors, typically the budget, if there was a budget allocated for economic development, the budget covers the cost of memberships for the economic development staff person to be a part of. There's a professional organization called the International Council of Shopping Centers. I belong to that. There are other industrial associations, and they provide information and expertise that's very helpful to economic development staff in understanding where those particular sectors are headed. Are they growing? What do they need? What role do they play? So that's part of the budget. And again, it gives you the added expertise beyond the staff person.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the budget. My time is essentially up, but on the next go round, I'd be interested in understanding what people spend that on, what communities spend that on. So thank you.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, thanks. So, yeah, I thought it was a good general overview too. I think, to skip ahead to where the vice mayor was sort of at, is that I think, we kind of got to identify what problem we want to solve here. I think that's going to be critical. And so, if you look at the sort of this general function, the classic economic development, and I think Aaron and Leslie's presentation sort of really went in this direction. The classical goal is to bring jobs to your community, so that people will have a place to work, and or to bring a big taxpayer to town, like a big box retailer or an auto dealership, right? Or possibly, as you mentioned, a segment cannabis or something like that. And the major tools at the disposal of the department are things like negotiating development standards, occasionally tax incentives, and so forth. And I think here in Palo Alto, we gotta sort of be more specific and really identify what problem are we trying to solve. I think, we sort of take it, generically, nationwide as a country, we kind of take it as a given that we want to bring more jobs, but I don't think that's the top priority for Palo Alto right now. I think, sort of where we're struggling is kind of our local serving retail, and so that's kind of the place we would want to focus more generically than how do we increase revenue and so forth. I think we also run into a question that I think we should get into of, what's missing here. Is it a bandwidth problem, or is it a domain knowledge problem? Okay, so for example, there's a bunch of discussion about Tommy Fehrenbach, who worked as I think an ombudsman. I think several of us overlapped with him a little bit. And I think that was my experience too. Is he sort of went and had meetings with people and sort of worked things through the system. And if something was stuck somewhere, he would go get some help. And he was the person in the city that somebody could contact with a question or a problem and so forth. That's kind of a bandwidth issue. You don't really need a lot of specialized domain knowledge to do that. However, who can help retail as the needs change, and if we go to a hybrid workforce model, and how that can impact the brick and mortar retail in town and so forth. That's sort of a kind of a different expertise that, as somebody pointed out, I don't think anybody on council has sort of detailed expertise in what does retail look like in the third decade of the 21st century. And so I think we need to look at sort of what are we looking for? Are we looking for bandwidth here, or are we looking for specialized domain expertise? And then that goes back to the question of what problem are we trying to solve here? I think, and then finally, we're going to have to look at this as is this going to be worth it? I mean, is this the person we want to hire next, or should we hire another paramedic instead, right? Or a librarian or something like that. All those things kind of need to go into the pot. But I think the really thing it first comes back to is what problem are we trying to solve here? And more specifically than just increase revenue.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. So a lot of what I wanted to say, Councilmember Burt and Stone has already said, so I won't say it again, but definitely what Mr. Ackman, I'm sorry, did say was that there is two components, and the second one, which is the boots on the ground, is certainly what we needed. And we saw that during the pandemic when we had staff going from business to business to get their input and to also help them succeed. That was a big part of many of those smaller businesses remaining here in Palo Alto. So certainly that is an area that that I believe a staff person would be more invested in the community that they're serving, and certainly tracking and monitoring those businesses and reporting back to council on their success and their needs is another part that that is going to be important. Through the years, our business registry has really not worked out for us. So how this staffer would have to make it more robust and add to it. So thank you for the report, Good Cities. And I wanted to ask you, the rents, right? One thing that we didn't receive was the rents from the different cities. What are their per square foot rents for their commercial spaces compared to what Palo Alto's is?
So, and I don't know all of the rents offhand. I do know that Palo Alto's are definitely at the high end, if not the highest of Palo Alto, both dependent upon where it is, but depending, retail and office square footage are both on the high end. I could also say that the amount rents raised in nearby communities also raised a lot over the economic. I remember I got to Redwood City in 2014, and within the first 3 years, both retail rents doubled and office rents doubled. So Palo Alto is definitely on the high end, but other communities face similar pressures.
And, similar to what Ms. Park had said, the parking issue that would be a weakness as construed by some could also be a sign of success, right? Because there's no parking. But besides that, but that is something that also limits the type of businesses that are going to be wanting to come to Palo Alto. So that's why there is the need to retain land uses and to look at what we have as assets here in Palo Alto. And the staffer would need to also look into existing assets and make those assets attractive without perhaps this community, the residents of Palo Alto whom we're trying to give the high quality services to might not want those tall buildings, that are going to obstruct views and take out trees or use up our natural resources. So the staffer is somebody who knows this community and can attract new businesses with our existing assets and the landscape that this city contributes. I don't know if my time is up or not, but I'll stop speaking for now. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. On page 78, where it gives the definition for economic development, it says quality of life for all residents. And one thing that we're missing here in Palo Alto is businesses that serve youth, that would look into youth fun things as well as things that youth can use. So that's another thing, that it's not all residents. And lastly, we have a component that we have to add into this, which is equity. So I just want to make sure my colleagues don't forget that, and to take down in the notes. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could, I'll add one thing to that. I think your comment about boots on the ground being important, I think that is a critical element of economic development to your youth businesses, as well as other types of business that you're aiming to achieve. That's where a person who also has some policy background or some strategic background can help develop those type of policies, so they make their way into plans and planning documents. That way, if you both have kind of the front end policy, but also the implementation work that the role could do.
Aaron, if I may too, since I work currently in 2 other cities, the need for entertainment for youth and families is paramount in every community. And it's unfortunate, but having those amenities in the community is a function of the economics. In other words, in a development, those types of uses pay the lowest rent typically. But in one of the communities I work in, a developer is moving forward with hope of getting an approval for a large amount of office space. It's mixed use, and he's willing to accommodate a family entertainment use in the project, as is another developer. So it all depends on the savvy and the expertise of staff and who can think out of the box, but that's how you leverage the development to get the kind of amenities and benefits the community really desires. So just put it out there as an example of what can be done.
Thank you, Ms. Parks and Mr. Ekman. I think that it's also very important to get the community and the residents' feedback on all of this as well, in terms of how they want to see their city look like. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop.
Oh, totally fine. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, very good overview. I thought that was really nice. It was actually great chatting and seeing you again, Aaron. We haven't chatted with each other since the Planning Commission days, so definitely love your work here. Does staff know what our vacancies are, the commercial vacancies?
Yes, Councilmember Tanaka, I can answer that question. So for California Avenue, and this data was gathered by hitting the pavement, a lot of the online sources are only as reliable as they are updated. Mm-hmm. So I walked all over California Avenue, and of the 144 addresses that I walked by, 23 were vacant. So that's a 16% vacancy rate. For the downtown area, of the 300 addresses, 45 were vacant. That's a 15% vacancy rate. I reached out to Town and Country. They have 70 spaces, of which they've reported a 20% vacancy rate, but they did want to mention that they have some signed leases and they're just pending permits at this time. And then at Stanford Shopping Center, they have 150 spaces and 17 vacancies, and that's about an 11% vacancy rate. So the only information that I don't have would be the smaller shopping districts, as well as all along El Camino.
Okay, and what about the office buildings?
That is all inclusive. So it's every single address. So I don't have the exact breakout between retail, restaurant, office space, but it's cumulative.
Okay, well, I think this is great information. And so are these rates, would you consider them to be higher than normal, or below normal?
That I would not be able to answer. And that's kind of looping back to Vice Mayor, the Vice Mayor's comment on, what are we trying to achieve here? And that's where I don't have the expertise. In my 22 years in the city and driving around, anecdotally, it looks a little high, but I think also I want to point out that, on streets like Cambridge, there are some vacancies there, but some of those spaces are not aesthetically pleasing. And for someone to come in there and sign a lease, they would also have to do a significant amount of upgrades to spaces like that. So I think you have to take that into consideration as well.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not necessarily a commercial real estate expert either, but these do strike me as high numbers, higher than we would want. And I think this is kind of reflective of the times a lot of people are working from home. Some companies have moved out, like Palantir or HP or others. And I remember when Palo Alto used to be like the epicenter of startups, right? Where everyone who wanted to do a startup would start out with Palo Alto, and that's not necessarily true anymore. And maybe especially true even during the pandemic. A lot of people going to Miami, going to Austin, going to a lot of other places. And so I'm certainly worried about whether we can be that center of innovation. I think we want to be. I think everyone here on council probably does want that. And so I think, I thought it was actually, I kind of like how you guys listed various goals. And I was thinking about which goal is most important, because I think if by doing some of the goals or one of the goals, you may actually get some of the other goals accomplished. And so to me, the one that I would like to see is I'd like to see us reverse this trend of business flocking away from our city and having them come back to our city and want to be here. Because I think if we have that, we're going to get, we're going to fill some of the retail space. The retailers are going to have customers and restaurants are going to have customers. We're not going to have the vacant space. We're going to have the tax revenue. So I think so much of what we want will be solved just by that one goal. So I would like to see our goal being really helping business start and expand. I like that goal. I think the nature of retail is changing. There's some stats out there, something like 60% of physical retailers are never going to open again, which is kind of crazy, if that's really true. And I do know a lot of people here who actually are unemployed or underemployed. And so I know there's also kind of a need for some people who need jobs in our area. And unlike my colleagues, I'm actually okay with outsourcing to companies. I think outsourcing this function has a lot of benefits. It gives us the flexibility. It gives us a wide scope. It allows us to benchmark against other cities. It's kind of also why you hire a real estate agent, because the person knows who else is in the industry. They work for multiple sellers, multiple buyers. And more importantly, I think we could do like a performance-based compensation with a consulting agency versus an in-house employee, where that person is going to have limited scope and flexibility. So I actually think that we should go more towards outsourcing this function and focused on helping business start and expand.
If I could add one thing, and I think we touched on this earlier, even if you did have a staff person in-house at any level, you would still need some room for consultant work, whether that's someone who does pro forma analysis, someone who does retail analysis. So one person's not going to have all the expertise that you need, but what that person should be is at least conversational, so that they could select the right person and then communicate those results from that expert back to the council and back to the community, so they could better understand how it applies to Palo Alto.
Also, council member, if I may, just to give you an idea of the providers out there, consulting firms typically, economic development consulting firms typically don't provide staff. They provide independent contractors who work on a project by project basis. Currently, right now in the marketplace, I only know of 3 firms that are providing economic development staff as their employees contracted to a city. I'm one of them, working for Good City, and Good City only has 1 ED staff person. Is that correct, Aaron? And then another company, HDL, has 1 economic development staff person working for them and she is split between 2 cities. There is a 3rd firm. They do provide economic development staff, but the bench is not deep in terms of the number of people who work on this basis.
So I'll jump in here. Quick question for staff. So Tiffany Griego said the research park generated about 21 million in sales tax, but isn't our total B2B sales tax about $8 million?
I need to go look that up. I can look that up though.
Okay, it seems like a much higher number than what we see.
I think the mayor that she is quoting something that's beyond just B2B. So it's a broader number than just B2B. So let me look that B2B number up though.
Okay, so I agree with the council members, Councilmember Fulseth and others. So we need to be clear on the problem we're trying to solve, what our goals are. And I think part of that is kind of how involved we want the city to be. And I agree with the public speaker that said that we have been pretty hands off. And if I heard it right, it's like maybe market forces haven't always created the best outcome for the public. So for me, I think the problem we're trying to solve is to be nimble enough to adapt if there really is a long-term change from COVID that requires a different mix of businesses, both generate city revenue and provide services to residents. So one thing I'd like to say is, I think our comparison cities are really important. We should look at other commuter cities. Our daytime population grew a lot more than a lot of cities around us. To me, when I think about economic development, I'd want to look at cities like Los Gatos, Burlingame, maybe Walnut Creek, possibly cities like Beverly Hills or Newport Beach. But I'm not sure like the set in the report, is the right comparison set. And then we have some other questions like we have areas where maybe we have too many restaurants that have been supported by commuters. And how do we think about a healthier mix of retail and restaurants? And again, online has been growing to 20% of retail. Another way to say that, there's still 80% that's brick and mortar. We're not really a big box location. I think that's been a choice. I'm not sure the community really wants that. We have ordinances to limit chain stores and franchises, for example, on Cal Ave. However, I do think there's a lot of interest in making sure we have a lot of basics in town. Grocery stores have been a struggle, drugstores, kind of all the basic kind of stores that people like to frequent. I do think maybe focusing on our hotels is a good area of focus. And then same kind of question. At this point, do we have enough hotels? We had some incentives in our code to encourage development of new hotels. Do we need to back off of that now? And again, we really started to think of Palo Alto as more of a tourist location. I don't think we really marketed ourselves as a place to stay for, say, 49ers games, Stanford football. Again, our golf course is very highly rated. It's one of the top public courses in the country. And then really the Stanford Mall is a shopping destination. You could have a strategy to really market it the way the South Coast Plaza is marketed in Southern California. So, for hotels, I think we could have a multiple prong approach, promoting tourism. We've talked about a little bit in the past, do we need to crack down on Airbnb, which is not really allowed, but it competes for short-term stays. And then I think we need to look at, again, what's unique, what are some of our strengths. One thing we haven't really touched on is just the amount of financial services and startup services we do have. Banks, accounting, legal. Some of these are really small companies. We have some wealth management companies, investment advisors, venture capital companies. They tend to have very few employees, but a lot of money. And so we need to understand what will cater to those businesses. And then, there was something in the staff report about South San Francisco and life sciences. And, I know Stanford has been interested in attracting more life science companies to the research park. I think the city could help support those efforts. And so again, these are some very specific strategies. I think, again, it was useful to get the presentation. A lot of it seemed very generic and general, not necessarily Palo Alto specific. In terms of staff versus a consultant, I'd like to see expertise in cities of interest. I'm open to outsourcing to a consultant. I think it's worked well with the auditor role, so I think it could be done. But I think we are looking for that mix of strategy and kind of specifics to Palo Alto. So those are my initial thoughts. Aaron, I see you took your mute off.
Yeah, no, I was going to say thank you, because I think that completes the first round, I know we have a limited time overall. I think what would help both us as well as staff is, I think we've heard a lot of good comments. I think there's been a lot of themes overall. I think one theme that we've heard is that you need someone who knows both the strategy role, pulling things together that spans multiple departments, multiple areas of council policy. And then you also need someone who's that direct connection to the business community and residents for that matter too, really for business related matters, but both for small businesses and larger businesses and larger employers in the area. I think the third component is also, and it's really a point in time component, is you need someone who is at least conversational with, this next 2 to 3 years and what the post-COVID transition time period. So I think what would help staff overall is if you could have specific comments in this next round, we could pull those together, and then we could help come up with a recommendation for next steps.
Great, and we have been ahead of schedule. If you want to point out to council, this item is supposed to end in about 20 minutes. So if people do have motions, I think it'd be useful to start to zero in. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so I agree that what we really should be looking for is most of all strength that will help provide us strategic approaches, plural. There's also a role for the boots on the ground, and that has a value. But I think we're looking at how to adapt. We're also need to look at things that we should have always done and never did. So before kind of getting into some of the real directions, I want to offer a little more information on, in terms of rents, for example, our commercial office rents are pre-pandemic. We had vacancy about comparable to San Jose and twice the rent as 15 miles away. In retail, we have on University rents $6 a square foot in many cases, which is almost unheard of in retail. So when we have vacancies, they're vacancies based upon the rent in large part. And what's happened in our previous downturns, the dot-com bust and the Great Recession, is a lot of our landlords said, I'm not going to drop my rents drastically because I have faith that this is going to continue to be a strong market and recover, and I don't want to get locked into a low rent. So that's a dilemma we have. That's a result of our long-term strength, but it creates a near-term challenge. I do think that we've always, ever since it was initiated, underutilized the business registry. We lack data. We made these arguments back when we enacted it, and it was never really embraced as a tool that could give us information that we need. Also, on the business-to-business taxes, that is one of the most neglected elements of revenue, and it is a dial that can be turned because most businesses are not don't provide much in sales tax, and those that do, they're not the business-to-business sales tax. But a few are gold mines in that regard. And so a real question is, can we do anything to, in collaboration with the research park or otherwise, to have our emphasis going forward on business, a higher percentage of businesses that are significant contributors to business tax? We have several right now that are the primary generators in the research park of that. I also want to mention that there's another element to this potential position that we haven't talked about. Mountain View's business development or economic development manager also had a role in bringing businesses and nonprofits more into civic life. And that means engaging with the community in a variety of different ways that contribute positively to the community. And I think we don't reach out enough and engage with both of those elements. And that's an aspect that I think strengthens the community and leverages resources at the same time. We have, in this downturn, we've all seen the stats that tech companies have thrived, hiring and profits, while a lot of other segments have hurt. they're doing well in general. We have certainly vacancies in tech in our community and in those offices, but tech is thriving. And and a lot of those companies are willing and able to do more to their communities than they've been asked to do so far. So I think just reaching out to them and engaging in those regards. And some of that can be things like this question of how do we serve our youth? Well, there are low-cost ways to leverage resources again. Outdoor music in our downtowns and elsewhere is not having to buy a big venue. But it really serves the youth in ways that they're yearning for right now. And I also expect that we're going to have, in every one of these downturn wakes, we get a flood of new businesses that will come in because opportunities start emerging in both new retailers because of all those vacancies and hopefully some moderation in rents, and a whole wave of new startups. I mean, the biggest boom in startups I saw in decades was during the Great Recession. And we didn't see the results of that for several years until they really started growing and saw which ones would succeed. But that's all these companies that are the unicorns. That's incredible number, all-time record of in Silicon Valley companies that are now valued at over $1 billion as essentially late-stage startups. Most of those got started kind of in the Great Recession, and we just don't see them and know of them until they grow and succeed. So those are, I think, a couple of trends that we'll be witnessing. So I think we want to move toward a question of how do we fill some initial strategic planning needs while at the same time meeting some immediate kind of boots on the ground responses. And I think they're two different functions. And we have to ask ourselves whether we have the resources and are willing to dedicate the resources into those areas. We also may see that to do things in the near term in either of those, we might have certain in-house capabilities. You know, we backfilled very ably in this downturn by on the boots on the ground by shifting internal resources. But that doesn't mean we have people on staff who could do that strategically. And so in the near term, that may need consultant or contractors. But I think longer term, we want this position, and I'm not talking way down the road, but we want this position to be someone who is probably in-house and builds those relationships and is a combination of a strategic and boots on the ground role. But I think in the near term, we've got to probably bifurcate this to get results this coming year along the lines of what I'm hearing from colleagues we're looking for. So those are, I think, oh, and the last element is that when we have economic growth, we want to do it in a way that creates placemaking. And that's part of what builds that environment for the people who live here and for the companies and workers who are here. And so it's not just about adding jobs or adding functions. It is doing that in a way that has a vision strategically on placemaking. Now, some of that would be in collaboration with our planning and community development department, because that's their jurisdiction. So how do we merge those functions so that the economic development and the community environment functions are working together strategically? And that's another element that I think we need to make sure we're embracing.
Okay, again, I'm going to urge council members to try to get to a motion here. Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, I kind of concur with the vice mayor on the need to split those functions, at least at this point in time. I think, if we're going to do something, I'd like to see us get some expertise in house that we don't have. the small business assistance was sort of the top level from the consultant's presentation, but what exactly does that mean, and how exactly do we do that? I'll put this in Leslie and Aaron's nerdy jargon, which is, we have a problem in Palo Alto that the tradable sector crowds out the non-tradable sector. And so how do we address that one? Which basically is, it's hard for retail to stay here and personal and local services because it's so expensive, or community serving retail because it's so expensive to be here. Which is better, okay? Should we allow medical offices next door to generate foot traffic? On the other hand, a third of our general retail is in areas where there isn't foot traffic. So, I don't know how to answer that question. I think we need somebody who can answer that question that we have access and stuff like that we have access to. So I lean on the side of the domain expertise and the strategic focus first, and really identify the problem that we're trying to solve here. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple more questions for staff, and then a few comments. How frequently does the city outsource these economic development issues to consultants? And I guess I could ask it a different way. I mean, do we have a breakdown maybe of how much the city pays annually for these type of services?
I would say that in the recent past, since I've been here, the amount of consultants that we've had doing this kind of strategic economic work that the council has been talking about has been non-existent, since we haven't done economic development as an organization. The more technical analysis, like pro formas, I think we do on an ad hoc basis at council direction, primarily in regards to obviously land use activities. So we've done, studies on when we have a major change with the Jonathan's planning team, or when we do the comp plan or something like that. So I don't have a number off the top of my head or at my fingertips that I could go look up. But it's really been on a much more project specific ad hoc basis.
Okay. Any ballpark estimate, or we're just no clue on that?
I personally couldn't venture a guess.
Okay. I'm wondering if we can go back to that. I guess there was a slide. I guess it wasn't specific to Palo Alto then, but breaking down the anticipated cost for in-house compared to. Okay. So yeah, I think this was fairly enlightening for me on this issue. That it seems to me the better deal here is to be able to go with a potentially cheaper option that also keeps us at this position in-house, rather than continuing to go out to consultants. I think it's been kind of clear tonight through this discussion, as well as some comments made by staff as well, that the benefit we would have in having a full-time position within the city staff on this issue. Is it fairly common for cities to utilize outside consulting firms for this type of work? I mean, given that 8 out of the 11 local cities studied in this report rely on dedicated staff members, it seems so, but I'm curious what other communities.
And Leslie, why don't you add on to, I think you touched on a few important points before that, there actually is very little consultant house out there for what is traditionally kind of an in-house role. So if you wanted an economic coordinator, economic development manager type position that is kind of connection to businesses within Palo Alto, that's usually an in-house role. What there are consultant firms that do is perhaps put together an economic development strategy that then could be implemented by in-house staff. So it's mostly on the strategy end that you would see consultants work, and there's planning firms that do it, as well as economic development firms. But most cities end up having an in-house staff person. I don't know, Leslie, if you want to add on to that as well.
Yeah, I can add, I think, some more depth to that. Since I have functioned for the last 20-something years in both roles as staff and as an economic development consultant, I cannot tell you how many strategies I've written for communities. I stopped writing strategies about 10 years ago because the problem with strategies, I find, is that they tell you the what, but they don't tell you the how. And so then the strategy is finished, it gets delivered to staff, and in many cases, the city staff don't know how to implement it. They don't know what to do with it. So a lot of my work ended up on the shelf. So I started writing action plans, which basically can be implemented and tell staff, this is how you do it. And I have an advantage because I've worked as a staff person and an implementer, but typically your consulting firms will focus, as Erin says, on strategy. So just as a point of clarification, you can bifurcate, you can separate, but you will get two different deliveries.
That's really helpful. I appreciate that. And that, I think, further strengthens my belief that we do really need an in-house staff member taking on this job. Not only is there a dearth of firms that really kind of do this type of work, but also seems like the expertise may not fully always be there, which I heard several of my council members talking about needing possibly consulting firms to go for that level of expertise, but also the issue that you just mentioned, Leslie. Thank you for the fact that no matter how good these strategies may be designed by an outside firm, if you then don't have the city staff with the expertise to be able to implement, well, then kind of what's the point? And I think what the vice mayor was talking about as far as that, like the Mountain View example, as well as work that other these economic development managers work on, really just kind of goes to show this kind of unique features and ability of somebody in this position in-house who can create those relationships, who can go out there and find those partnerships, who are going to be able to have those community contacts that they can draw upon, that they're only going to get better and better at the longer that they're in that position. And they're actually going to be within the network of city government to then be able to actually implement some of those strategies that they can be able to work on. And at the end of the day, at least given that slide we saw, this could even be the cheaper option to go. And I know we're all, of course, all reasonably concerned about city resources and being mindful and prudent on our spending. So I'm definitely going to be happy to support a motion that moves us in that direction of hiring an internal position for this. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I want to return to the discussion that was started earlier about sectors, and just thinking about, sort of coming up a level from the discussion we've been having. The table of demographics was super helpful. What is, Mr. Ackman and Ms. Parks, your thoughts about, sort of new sectors? So let's talk about like continuing education, for example. Look at how many people who live in Palo Alto, presumably this is adults. I can't imagine all of our kids have a BA yet. One of mine does, but no, one doesn't yet. So, are there sectors we should be thinking about here? I feel like we've had a lot of discussions about the size of business and not about what they provide.
Do you want to take this one, Leslie? I have some thoughts, but you may have better expertise in this.
Yeah, so when I have been on teams that develop strategies for communities, the usual approach involves analyzing what are their industry sectors, the dominant industry sectors. And then typically communities will figure out which ones of those sectors have the most benefit in terms of jobs, in terms of wages that are paid by those jobs, and have the greatest career mobility for residents. Again, that means that the community's focus is on those particular goals. So right now in the world that we live in today, in most communities, the dominant sectors are healthcare. Some have high tech, some have R&D, some have production, food processing, not so much here in the Bay Area, but healthcare has become the dominant sector. The jobs there are good jobs in the healthcare industry, but unlike a production company or a manufacturing company, they don't tend to support other jobs. In other words, a manufacturer will need suppliers, will need fabricators, people to do additional work. So they support jobs and create a multiplier effect. Here in Silicon Valley, obviously high tech, IT, information service, these are all the strongest sectors along with healthcare. So we do that kind of analysis, but at the end of the day, more and more, most communities are focused, or the dominant sector is healthcare.
Yeah, keeping in mind that Councilmember Philseth says our major production here in Palo Alto is, education. So those are twin things, and I just wonder if we're missing an opportunity here. Mr. Aikman, you had something you wanted to add?
I was just going to add that it's hard to answer that question now, but that's exactly the type of question that you would either have your in-house person look into from a strategy standpoint, or the consultant that you hire. So that's the type of problem that you would want to solve through an economic development activity.
Yeah. So I don't think we're ready to hire someone yet, because we're not sure what we want them to do. I think we hire a consultant to come in, maybe they're going to tell us, we're heading towards a completely different way of doing food, right? That'll be like a communal kitchen, and people have pop-ups in it, and it'll be really easy to drive through. Like, that would be a zoning change, right, that we would want to make. So it's hard for me to know what somebody would implement in terms of changes. If I think about last year, we talked about being at an inflection point, and I'd really like, us collectively to spend some time thinking about, what the people who live here want and need going forward. And it's not exactly the same, as Councilmember Philseth was saying, as sort of the traditional approach. And I appreciate the recognition that, basically, like, our ecosystem got broken during the pandemic. And we're going to have to figure out how to rebuild something, and some part of it will be that, but not all of it. So I'm leaning towards a consultant who will help us figure out the next, not what we're in now, right, but what are the next businesses that make sense given our strengths, and also, work for the people, who live here. So let me see if there's anything else I had on this one. We've touched on large format stores. I know the community traditionally hasn't welcomed them. And I'm not saying we should have a Costco, but it is something to think about in terms of, if we talk about the missing middle, right? We have larger stores that provide many things, and then we have smaller, more boutique things. And as we lose the middle part, those larger stores are naturally going to attract more of all of our businesses. And I see I'm out of time.
So I put my hand up to jump in. So I think either way, if we hire a consultant or have staff, I would like to see part of the scope being cleaning up and analyzing our business registry data to really understand what our business mix is. And I do support the idea of splitting the strategy and the business connection role, execution role, whatever we want to call that. So I'm going to attempt a motion, which I sent to the city clerk. If you could show it, I'll read it real quick. Basically, it's to ask staff to come back with a proposal for an RFP for an economic development strategy consultant, and for city staff to develop an internal staffing plan to support that connection to the business community. And again, I try to put what I heard to focus on some real specific areas, any shift in our business mix caused by the pandemic, strategies to bolster our hotels, and additional opportunities to bolster revenue and serve local residents. And so what I'm suggesting here is we would do the consultant first, and then staff could see if they could cover any internal work for a while, and let us know kind of what point they think would require a dedicated resource. So, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I'm sorry, was that the vice mayor?
That was Eric.
Oh, thank you, Councilman. Yeah, so just to speak to this again, I hope the intent was clear. I'm trying to be pretty flexible here, but I don't think we know enough right now to say we need to hire an internal staff member. At the same time, we don't want this to take forever. So I think trying to be fairly narrow in the scope of what we want a consultant to do would be good. Councilmember Folsom?
In a second, I'm going to ask staff for comment on this as well, because I think we're sort of moving a little bit gingerly here. With respect to the internal bandwidth issue, yeah, I'd like to hear from staff whether is the right thing to do. Is we don't have enough bandwidth, so we need to go hire somebody, or is this a full-time job? Is it a half-time job? Somebody that's already doing some work sort of adjacent to this, could pick it up as a focus as things change internally and so forth. So I'd like us to go through that thought process before we go out and staff up sort of, basically another kind of communications ombudsman kind of troubleshooter kind of position. Right? The strategic, the directional and the strategic piece is more interesting, and I think we're going to need some domain knowledge in that. I think I think we're looking for more than just a smart person to go learn all about business. Okay, we're going to need somebody that brings in some expertise or a group that brings in some expertise that we don't have already. But I'm curious, what does staff think of this? Is this something that is this something you think makes sense?
Sure. Let me go ahead and lead off and invite other staff members to chime in as well. I do think this makes sense as a next step, also consistent with, to the extent that council also wants to talk about resource allocation, consistent with a one-time allocation of funds as opposed to an ongoing to staffing. I think through your discussion, we may have enough to, I'll say, sort of weave together a scope of services that include some analysis of the market, analysis both of as well as the customer base that would be served by the focus in the areas you've just described, and that can help us put together an RFP for this work. Oh, and I'm sorry, on the question of bandwidth, yeah, I think basically I would characterize what we've done during COVID is redeployment of people to the highest priority issues, including, as council knows very well, the crisis of business loss. And so I think we've been able to respond to that crisis quite well. And the next phase of that would be to build on it with some a little more strategic focus on where is the best bang for the effort. So I think that's all served by what's being proposed here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would, if I may, I would just briefly add, since I'm the person in the role, the hybrid approach is the right way to go. What we are hearing back that during this crisis is that the communications piece and the relationships building piece has been vital for a lot of businesses. There have been a couple businesses that have left, but because the city and staff communicated well, did everything they could, if they have the opportunity to come back to Palo Alto, they will. But I think the strategic and forward thinking into whatever the new normal is going to be, that's the piece that we're really missing. But I don't think you can have one without the other. And I think I heard that just this week from the hotels group, is that there's not maybe something that we can do for them directly to help them, but it's indirectly by making Palo Alto a destination city and working with other partners like the university regionally for tourism to bring people here. But in terms of doing something directly for them, they didn't say that. But what they did really, really highlight is some of the information that we can provide them. knowing when when the majority of the businesses are going to start coming back to Stanford Research Park, or when we hear when some of the large tech businesses are going to go back, that bit of information to them is vital right now, because it is the business travel that's important. So in my opinion, my humble opinion, I think it's that hybrid approach, and I don't really think you can do one without the other. I think we would be taking a massive step backwards in all the communications gains we've made in the relationship building.
Okay, are you done? Yep.
Yep.
Councilmember Ku, do you want to speak to the motion?
So first, I just want to thank Ms. Apple for all the work that she did during this pandemic. You know, your work and interacting with a lot of the businesses, as well as, you know, going on your days off in order to check, you know, farmers market and making sure everybody is doing well and happy. And not everybody's going to be 100% happy, but they're happy as can be. It's really worthwhile. And so I do want to thank you a lot for your work in that. And of course, with that, you know, gathering a lot of the information that was necessary for a lot of the decisions that we had to make. On the motion, I feel that, you know, through the pandemic, there was already a lot of information gathered. And looking at slide number 23 from Good Cities Consulting, you know, the economics development manager, a lot of that work is going to be involved, it is already within that key responsibility. And of course, not all of them is going to be developed at that one first or second year, but certainly that is something that they can get started with, especially, you know, we don't want to leave it to chance and to market forces to dictate what we're going to have here as a economics plan for Palo Alto, but more intentional for what our community would like to see. So while I would like to get that started, I mean, I think, you know, it's been years since we've had somebody who is who knows the job and can move forward with it intentionally and bring some diverse vitality back to Palo Alto in the business sense, and also looking at what our situation is now. So I'll make a substitute motion to hire a staff member. I can't find that motion right now. Wait. To hire economic development staff member.
Is anything else on the motion? You just want to make it a staff.
Right.
Okay. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second. Wondering if the motioner would be open to maybe adding some language.
Certainly.
Because I feel like points A through D in the mayor's motion is the type of work that we'd want to see somebody with this expertise as the economic development staff member would perform. So maybe provide a little more detail as far as the type of work we want to see that person. Also, I'm wondering if we can add in the motion to refer to finance committee how to for them to make a recommendation on how we would fund this position.
I can accept that.
So Councilmember Stone, did you want to add any specifics?
Maybe if Councilmember Ku is amenable to So I'm just looking at the original motion to add, let's see, a council member Stone to hire an economic development staff member to develop, and then you can just copy paste from internal staffing plan down from A through D. Is that okay with you, Councilmember Koo?
It is okay with me. It is okay with me.
Okay, do you want to speak to this anymore, Councilmember Stone?
No, I mean, I think I've spoken enough tonight, just regarding really the need for an internal position. I mean, I really applaud staff for everything that they have done in this past year. But coming out of this pandemic, and we've all talked about it at length today and in previous meetings, we're going to be seeing an unprecedented shift in market forces and how retail works. And I think the vice mayor spoke well earlier as well, kind of talking about those real seismic shifts and how are we going to respond to those, and maybe looking at opportunities to increase tourism or to create more of to turn downtown into more of an experiential location to draw people. And I really think that I really think the shift that we are going to see in these market forces and our local economy is so unprecedented that it really does require a level of expertise that I don't think we have internally. So I think the original motion doesn't get us there. I think it's time we finally get back to having a dedicated staff member with the training and expertise in this area. And so I appreciate Councilmember Koo for making the substitute motion.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka, want to speak to the substitute motion?
So I think one thing that's not be considered on this is if you look at our budget, like the proposed budget, and you look at the average salary of a staff member, it's like 125,000. But if you look at the total cost of the city, it's actually about 242,000. So one thing that maybe some customers aren't aware of is that when staff puts that up, there's actually a lot more cost to the city for the city employees that's not actually shown in the salary. The pension costs are actually quite sizable. So I would just suggest take a look at the, I think it's page 39 of the budget, and it talks about what the real cost is to our city versus the consulting costs. Actually, what are the costs to our city? That's what we're going to pay the consultants. So I'm not sure that the employee cost is actually lower. In fact, I think it's actually going to be higher, and we have less flexibility. So I think I'm going to support the main motion because of that. The other part that I want to just touch on as well is I've heard a lot of people talk about that the rents are really high for retailers and the landlords are greedy and they're refusing to lower it. But I actually did some investigation myself on this topic, and landlords, I mean, they're like the North Face building on Alma that's been vacant for what, 6 years, 5 years, like a heck of a long time. They're willing to do just about anything to get someone in there. They offered free rent. They offered basically to do TI dollars, tenant improvement dollars, in all exchange for some sort of percentage in rent. I know that there's a lot of vacancies, a lot of the retail vacancies, they're willing to basically discount to zero. In fact, even basically pay them money with TIs to get people in there. So I've actually heard quite a bit the opposite in terms of that there's no flexibility in the rent. Even on office rent, I've heard quite a bit of flexibility in terms of lowering the office rent as well, trying to get people in there, but especially on retail. So so the question is, well, why can't they rent these spaces out? And so the issues have been cited in terms of business plan issues. So lack of customers. If you don't have customers, it doesn't matter if the rent is free. It's still really tough. I know that the site where the old Beta store used to be, they were trying to rent that out. They were trying to get someone in there with basically zero monthly rent, just a percentage rent. But the potential business that would want to go in there, they can't go in there mainly because they can't get staffing, because the people that would work there are getting stimulus checks currently, and it's hard to hire them right now because of the stimulus checks. There's another one, like I think was it the old Apple store? There's challenges. I mean, so it's a lot of it's not the rent challenge, it's like permitting challenge, hiring challenges, lack of customer challenges. So this is why we need to be able to solve that problem. We need to solve the problem of have more flexibility in our retail. We need to have solve the challenge of how do we actually bring customers to our places of retail and restaurants. And the hiring thing that's hard. That's a federal government issue. But anyway, so I think those are some of the kind of core challenges. And of course, there's this changing nature of retail as well, right? A lot of people are buying things online and will continue to buy things online. So I think we have to kind of think about that. Now, in terms of the comment about, people in their city don't want like a Costco, and I don't know. I mean, I happen to know I have kids in the school district, so we have a family of four, and I think for families, going to Costco, being able to shop for families is actually kind of important. So I think most people I know that live in our city would love to actually have and be able to shop at a place in our city to help support the city with the sales tax. I mean, I know I certainly would, but there's not that option right now. Maybe if you don't have a family or don't have kids, not a big deal. But when you have a family of four and kids at home, and you're feeding lots of people, things like Costco is actually kind of important. So I think that's maybe something to think about, because I know that there's quite a few families in our city. A lot of people move to our city for the school districts, and so I think just thinking about it from that perspective might also be useful. So I think in general, we need more flexibility in the kind of retail we have. It's going to be very competitive. I do think the original motion of trying to figure out the strategy is really important, because we need to be able to direct what we want to do. And the retail issue is a big, hard problem, just because the retail overall is changing. And so there's not going to be really an easy answer, but I do think that a consultant that has experience, working with other cities, a deep experience with retail, connections to retailers, is more likely to solve the problem than getting someone in-house where you're gonna have to hire them for a very specific skill, and we're not gonna have that flexibility to solve some of the other maybe strategic challenges that are happening right now with retail and restaurants.
Aaron, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the second motion, and something Councilmember Tanaka just touched on. If we did have a staff person in-house, then you could certainly write a job description that covers topics like this. Odds are, though, that you're still going to need a significant amount, or at least at first, of consultant help, because there is some very specific knowledge that's needed for all of those. And I don't know if you'll get that with one candidate if you take it on, especially on day one. So I would just caution that if you did go out to hire someone, you probably would need some consultant help, at least for the first year or two, to help with some of this higher level strategic advice.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Burke.
Yeah, so I've been struggling with the two approaches. First, just a quick comment on the retail. We have a big difference between marginal retail areas and core retail areas. That's why when we were looking at liberalizing our retail ordinance about 2 months ago, I advocated us having two different zoning categories for retail, and loosening it up more in the marginal areas, and the core areas, not putting medical office down on Main Street, for instance. But more importantly, to the alternatives in the two motions, what we need to do is weigh the cost versus the value of a full-time manager in economic development compared to a consultant. And I agree that the burden cost, the fully burdened cost of an employee drives up that cost higher than just kind of the one-time and fixed cost of a consultant function. But I think I'm convinced that the value of having a strong staff member who is able to provide strategic thinking, perhaps not be the sole source of that strategy, while also building that network and having that ongoing engagement, that I think that convinces me to go with the substitute motion as my preference. So that's where I'm coming down.
Okay, Councilmember Koo, did you want to speak again to your motion?
Actually, I just wanted to ask staff, with this motion, would I need to include a job description in there? Because there is few here that's added: economic development manager, there's a coordinator in the staff report. So the functions of what we described to be economic development staff member.
So I don't know that we need it tonight, but it is happening in parallel with your budget discussions. And ultimately, we're having the same discussions on every position in the budget. So while we don't need to get there tonight, we will need to define that pretty tightly for the purpose of identifying the funding required.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack and then Councilmember Filson.
I'm not going to be able to support the substitute motion. I think for two reasons. One is I think an outcome of the plan that's developed by a consultant could help us determine the level of the person that we need, whether we need a coordinator or a manager or a director, right? I'm not sure we could make that decision super well tonight with the information we have available. So I think we will get to a staff person, but one, I'm not sure what level I want to hire at that yet. And two, I don't think Part B is going to work because the Finance Committee doesn't have any extra money left. And we'll be discussing the budget on a preliminary basis next week because there's some disagreement about what to fund at this point in time. So it's not that I don't think we should have someone on staff, it's that we don't have the ongoing money today and that I'm not sure what level to hire at. But I fully expect us to do this at some point in the next year. And by then, we should have more information on which parts of our economy are recovering quickly and what will we be able to fund? And then we'll have to trade it off, as Councilmember Filseth was saying, against, do we want another paramedic? So we have release time for training, or do we want to add back a librarian so we can add back some more time at one of our smaller libraries? So I'm not going to be able to support the motion tonight. I think we will get there.
Councilmember Filseth?
Yeah, I pretty much concur with everything that Councilman McCormack just said. And, as the vice mayor was talking, what was going through my mind is, what I hear him describing, I'm not sure we can get for $125,000 a year. I think the issue of what level is a critical one. I'm not sure we're ready to make that call tonight. And I also think, and particularly if it's going to be a senior person, then we need to be very, very careful and methodical about who we bring into the organization. Thanks.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the substitute motion. I guess I'm up, so I'm going to vote no. Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
And Councilmember Filseth?
No.
Okay, so it failed on a 3-4 vote. Let me go back to the original motion. Again, we're falling behind our schedule here, so like to just go ahead and vote unless anybody has any really burning comment they want to get out. Okay. Starting with Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yeah.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
and I would vote yes. Councilmember Stone, you voted yes or no?
Sorry?
I did catch your vote. Was it yes or no?
No.
Broke up.
You still broke up.
It was a no vote.
No. Okay. So I think it was a 6-1 yes with Councilmember Stone. No. Okay. Thank you. Let's keep going. We'll move on to our last action item, which is adoption of an ordinance establishing board and commission term limits and a bunch of other stuff. Staff have a presentation.
Yes, Council, a short one. Madam Clerk, do you have that for me, or do I need to tee that up myself?
I believe we have it. Let me check with Jessica.
Great. So council members, as they're doing that, just have a couple of slides to frame this for you this evening. This is continuing item in a series of items that the council started work on quite some time ago to update and further support your boards and commissions program. And this is an ordinance that has several elements that the council and or the council ad hoc committee were interested in seeing. And we've prepared the ordinance for you tonight. It's full of policy questions. And so it's really for council's discretion as to whether you wish to pursue all of these items, some of them, and or make some changes to some of them. Next slide, please. So the 3 items we drafted were to provide for term limits for the boards and commissions that are in your municipal code. And the term limits that were requested, which are in the draft, are 2 terms. So a limit of 2 terms for Planning and Transportation, the Human Rights Commission, Parks and Rec Commission, the Public Art Commission, and the Utilities Advisory Commission, and 3 terms for the Architectural Review Board and the Historic Resources Board. The second element is to move the December recruitments to May, consolidating them with the group of recruitments that already occur in May. And this would impact planning, Parks and Rec, Historic Resources, and Architectural Resources. Those are the commissions that currently recruit in December. The third element is pretty straightforward. It's to codify the Human Rights Commission's responsibility to make recommendations to the council regarding nonprofit social services grants. There are general lists of the activities of the boards and commissions in the municipal code, and the code did not include this one for HRC, and council asked that it be added. All right, 2 more slides. Next slide, please. So on the term limits item, if council wishes to pursue this today, there are a handful of policy decisions. We have prepared an ordinance that makes some initial suggestions on these items. You do not need to follow our suggestions. You can choose a different rule if you like, but we do recommend that you address these issues in order to make the term limit work. The first question is, for board and commission members who serve a partial term, does that count towards the term limit? And our suggestion is that the council create a rule. Our suggested rule is yes, count if a service as a term if it is more than half of the regular full term of that commission. This is the same rule that our charter has for council members. So as you know, council members can serve 2 consecutive terms. And if you serve more than half of a regular council member term, then you are considered to have served 1 for that purpose. Second issue, for those who are serving now or who have served in the past, what counts towards the term limit? Our suggestion is to look back for 1 year from today, essentially, And if a board and commission member has served in that time period, in that 1 year look back period, then they would be counted as having served one term as long as the first rule is satisfied. So that as long as that period of service was more than a half of the term. So we would propose that you not count more than one term. So that if you have a currently serving commissioner who has, say, on their 4th term of service, you would still count them as having served one term, giving them an opportunity to serve one additional one if they wish to apply and council wish to appoint them. Third issue, is there a limit on holding over? So what is holding over? So currently in our code, if there is a commissioner's term is up, and for some reason, no new person is selected to fill that seat, then the code provides that the person who's in the seat now can continue until council makes another choice. The idea of having term limits suggests that council might want to place a limit on the time period that can occur. And so we would suggest a 6-month limit on holding over. After that, the appointment would simply expire and the position would be vacant, whether council appointed another person or not. Fourth issue is how long, once a board or commission member is termed out, if council chooses, for example, the 2 terms or 3 terms that the council so far has requested, and the council member the commissioner sits out, how long and before they may come back and reapply to serve. And our suggestion is that they have a 1-year period that they would need to sit out before applying again if they're interested. Okay, that's a lot, but those are, we think, the key policy issues that you would need to address if you are going to pursue term limits tonight. All right, one more slide, smaller one. These are the policy issues around the recruitment scheduling matter. So this is the idea to move the December recruitments into the May timeframe. Okay, if council moves them, council needs to specify how and when that transition will occur, and you have a lot of discretion here. Typically, when you have this kind of situation where terms are moved, this happened for council members a number of years ago, from odd years to even years. Typically, what happens is that the existing terms are lengthened to the next period of time when the new rule provides that the expiration will occur. It is lawful for terms to be shortened instead, but it's not as typical. For example, terms that are set to expire in December of 2021 could be extended until May. Or council could choose a later implementation date. Council could say, you wish to stick to the current rule this year and extend the time period at a later time. One note, you do need to extend the expiration of terms for existing commissioners, not just dealing with this December or next May, but you have a whole series of commissioners who've been appointed already and whose terms are scheduled to expire. Their current terms are scheduled to expire in December 2021, December 2022, December 2023, and I believe you have some in December 2024. So you will want to address all of those terms moving into the May time period if that's what you want to do. The last policy issue is how to address midterm vacancies. Our suggestion is that you don't have a set rule, but that you simply provide that council will direct the clerk what course to take. What we've seen is that this can really vary depending on if there's just a little bit of time left in the term or a whole lot. You may want to do an off-cycle recruitment rather than leave a position open for vacant for a long period of time. Or if it's close, you may decide that you can just wait until the next upcoming recruitment, but council can make that decision on an ad hoc basis. All right, I think that's my last slide. Let's take one quick look, Beth. I think we just have a closing slide after this. All right, council members, back to you for questions and comments, feedback, input.
Great, thank you for that. Let's go to the public first. Take public comment.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the board and commission term limits item, please raise your hand at this time. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Fred Balin, to be followed by Jeff Greenfield and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Fred, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
In light of the PTC's chair to the council, I am here to reiterate my support for the quasi-judicial protocol in the new handbook. It revolves around an adjective and a time frame. The adjective strongly, as in strongly discourage the gathering and submission of information outside of a public hearing. That word wisely inserted by the PTC into its procedures over 15 years ago, and then just as the council in turn changed its procedures a decade ago to not gather or submit information on such items until the ARB and PTC were done, the PTC removed the word strongly. The new handbook reinserts it as well as sets the compliance timeframe in a mutually exclusive but abutting sequence with the council, i.e. from the time of submission until final decision is reached at that board or commission. The PTC chair letter raises some doubts. One question relates to the impact on site visits. There will be none as long as there is no majority of the board or commission nor the applicant present, which is what the process had been, i.e. for staff to contact the applicant and arrange for time slots on 2 different days when commissioners could go on site. Tonight's letter also asks for reconsideration in order for the PTC, quote, to fully develop recommendations. But where is the public in this? The way to improve the process is to return to a shared norm of strong discouragement of such ex parte communications, quality staff reports, adequate time for the commission and the public to prepare, site visits as needed, and at agendized public hearings, as much time as needed for an applicant or appellant to describe the matter and for BCC members to ask clarifying questions before the public speaks. To enhance public trust in the BCC decision-making process, maintain the new handbook language on quasi-judicial hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Our next speaker is Jeff Greenfield, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Jeff, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Du Bois and Council. I am the Vice Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, speaking on my own behalf this evening. I welcome the implementation of term limits for our boards, commissions, and committees, or BCCs, but I have concerns with some specific details of the term length transition plan that's been presented for consideration. First off, I believe that changing all BCC terms to end on May 31st is highly problematic for a couple of reasons, one for you and one for me, so to speak. For City Council, appointments to all BCCs creates an additional new burden during May in the midst of budget discussions. Shifting this to another month seems more sensible, or better yet, spreading this out over consecutive months for greater flexibility and workload distribution seems more ideal. More directly impacting the BCCs, term dates should align with when annual work plans are due. Work plans are slated to run concurrent with the fiscal year, so BCC work plans should be submitted by the end of May for approval by council in June. Pragmatically, new BCC terms should start 2 months before the work plan due date to allow for reorganizing an annual retreat, setting annual priorities to align with council, and generating a tentative work plan for council approval. Back timing, this suggests BCC terms should end no later than March 31st. Second, I believe there was an oversight regarding the Stormwater Management Oversight Committee not being included in this recommendation. The committee is governed by the BCC handbook, and the committee should be included. Third, as I previously commented when the BCC manual was adopted, I highly recommend setting a maximum limit of 3 terms for all BCCs. My concern is the risk of voids in both leadership and institutional knowledge. Our community, especially staff, invests in bringing commissioners up to speed. Permitting 3 terms provides a much better safeguard on this investment. Also, the current policy would limit a new appointee to as little as 4.5 years if appointed to a partial term, which is not a good investment. Finally, regarding the current BCC terms to extend and or reduce, the terms for that are set to expire in 12/15 this year, I think that rather than extending these terms by a number of months, it would be less obtrusive and more straightforward to make new appointments for these expiring terms this fall as already scheduled, and then schedule one-time extended duration for the fall appointments. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Jeff. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hey, so the question before you is term limits. So I am a huge fan of term limits. And generally speaking, the purpose of term limits is to enable a greater number of people in the population, in the community, to have an opportunity to serve their community in a leadership position. I'm wondering, is that your purpose of term limits too? Otherwise, what are you thinking? What you give with one hand, you take away with 25 hands and feet, maybe 26. Well, a number divided by 4, 24. Anyway, the point is that why would you have term limits and then have a 1-year waiting period between term limits, between the next term, that voids any actual limit? Second, and possibly even more troubling, is the proposal to consolidate all appointments to one time per year, which actually decreases the application pool to 1/2, aka 50% its current size. And that's because of your rule that I didn't see any proposal to change, mandates that each applicant can apply for only one commission. So a very generous volunteer who has a great education from a stellar college and an even more stellar graduate program maybe wants to serve their city. Currently, they have 2 opportunities to have that chance to serve as a volunteer a year. Now you have restricted it to 1. So I want to ask you, do you want to increase the public's chance to participate in government? I hope you do. So why not have actual term limits, 2 terms, no gaps allowed, done, as well as twice-a-year appointments? Otherwise, don't waste the city money to draft this new change to law. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mary DuBois, that's our final speaker.
Great. Okay, thank you. We'll come back to council for comments, motions. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, it's a long list of recommendations. I'll say that I think that what City Attorney Stump laid out on the rule for the half term seems reasonable. The look back period seems reasonable. The 6-month holdover, that seems good. And the 1-year minimum break all seem good. As this whole set of changes has kind of percolated over the last 6 months or more, we've heard from a lot of community members and boards and commissioners, had time to reflect on this ourselves. I think that 2-3-year terms is brief, and I would support going to 3 years as a balance on that. I think that Jeff Greenfield's points on the recruitment periods are also good. Stacking all the recruitments together at once is problematic on a number of levels. It's just jamming this up when at the time of year when the council's dealing with the budget, one of our busiest times of the year, and it's doing all these appointments, so it kind of disrupts that's a lot of interviewing all at once, and I think half of them early in the year and half after summer break would be a much more reasonable approach, and that we should have it completed so that their work plans, that the new commissioners can participate in the work plans that come forward in May. So I, for instance, support maybe commencing the first half of them in recruitment in January so that we interview and appoint in February or early March, and then similar thing, recruit maybe begin recruitment in August and appoint in September, October. And then the effective date, I think it should be at the beginning of 2022. And so I think those would be the three main changes that I would be in favor of. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Could staff just put up the slides again of the things that we want to go through? So, wow, talk about deja vu all over again. We had some pretty big fights on council last year, and it was over having things during an election period. So I'm a little stunned to hear a suggestion that we would be voting on things in September and October, which is by definition election season. So, if the five of us who were here last time, if some of us have changed our minds, I'll be interested to hear that. Okay, so we were. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I'm happy to look at this one first. I'll just address the 2 terms versus 3 terms. I actually think 9 years is a long time. So I'm still comfortable with 2 terms. We adjusted the ARB and the HRB intentionally, right, because of the specific expertise there. Okay, sorry, now the next slide. Yes, on the half. I don't understand this one. The one part that I'm surprised by is that if you are serving essentially in the past year, that counts as 1 term, even if you've served 4. Could you, any thoughts on why you think that's a good idea, or is it you just provided something and we can choose?
Yes, I think there was some discussion on council of maybe allowing people, even who had quite a long period of service, to potentially serve 1 more time, but not saying that there's no looking back and that the whole thing just starts from 0. So you could still serve another 6 or 8 years. That seemed too long, but it's
Okay.
It's completely up to council how you want.
All right, I'm still more comfortable with, if you are serving your 2nd term now, then we are grateful and thank you for your service, and we'll be appointed someone else. That would be where I would be headed on that. The other 2 are fine. And then the next slide, please. There were some. Extending the term seems appropriate to me, and midterm vacancies, that's also fine. Thanks. You can take those slides down now. Because sometimes also it just depends on which particular board or commission it is, how busy it is, whether or not, there's an issue there. So thank you. I know our legal department is busy. Thanks for spending time on this. I do appreciate it. And could you refresh my memory? I had the same, I can't remember why stormwater wasn't on this list. Is that because it's determined by the actual tax measure?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not in the municipal code as a standing board and commission. It's been in existence for quite some time, but it's created by the bond measure that the voters approved.
Right. Okay. And so that's why that one's not in there. Yeah. So I think those are the big questions for us to think about. I'll just go back to why we considered term limits to begin with. And it's really to get at what one of the public speakers said, making sure that more people have an opportunity to serve and provide their input. Everyone, when we did the survey of people who are on boards and commissions, and the vast majority of them felt that it was an incredible opportunity and that they learned something. And so I think it's appropriate for us to be sharing that with more people, and then more people are familiar with how the city works. So I realize that not everyone agrees to term limits, but I think that the overall in balance, they're going to provide some benefits.
Mr. Mayor, could I just offer one piece of input as council discusses this. You do have a drafted ordinance before you that's been noticed to the public. So you could adopt that tonight on first reading. If you were to do that, we would come back with a second reading in June. If council makes significant changes, which it's completely your option to do that, then I'll have to advise you whether you need a new first reading. If you're doing something that isn't within what was noticed to the public, then we would then say we'll come back with a revised ordinance and do a new first reading, in which case the second reading would likely be in August. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I align my thoughts and comments with the vice mayor, so I'll save time by not going over that again. I do think that the 3-term limit and applying that to all the BCCs is what makes the best sense. I mean, there's a lot of institutional knowledge within our boards and commissioners. I think a 2-term limit is too short of a time, and we really risk losing a lot of that expertise. But I think a 3-term limit makes sense. That's a long time for people to be serving, and I think it balances the need and the desire to get more fresh blood into our boards and commissions as well, because it really is a great opportunity and a great way to be able to serve your community. I was on the HRC before this and really valued that time. I think it makes sense to implement this in 2022, and I think I do think there's an important distinction between having council making votes and appointments in potential lame duck sessions during election years compared to earlier in the year. I think there's a difference there, as well as a desire I understand the desire to move around the dates, and I think the solution that the vice mayor suggested made sense to me, having one earlier in the year and one possibly after the summer break, which still can put us a few months before elections and campaign seasons. I want to thank the public speakers. I agreed with a lot what Jeff Greenfield said. I have a couple of questions for staff. One, I'm just kind of I agree with the 6-month carryover. I just like a little more to understand it a little better. I'm trying to kind of understand what happens if, for whatever reason, we cannot find a replacement for a commissioner. A 6-month time elapses.
Right.
That commissioner's holdover status just automatically terminate, and they're removed from the board or commission. What happens in that scenario?
Yes. So under the rule that we've suggested, that would be what would occur, and the position would be vacant until you could find a person to fill it. Holdover status sometimes occurs for appointed boards and commissions in various cities or jurisdictions, and sometimes it's not allowed. For example, council members do not have holdover status. So if your second term is up, your term expires, and you do not have authority to act as a council member on January 1st at the end of your second term, even if no one for some reason is seated to succeed you.
Okay, thank you. Another question for staff. I was curious why there was a proposed difference in the term limits for the Historic Resources Board and the Architectural Review Board.
When the council discussed this last fall, I believe, the staff that supports those boards and commissions and the clerk's office commented that it's quite difficult to find well-qualified people to serve on those boards and commissions, because it's a very specialized set of expertise. So I think that was the council's direction, was to recognize that when you do have good folks, you want to keep them a little longer.
That makes sense. And sorry, just remind me that the recommendation is for those to be then 3 terms?
3 terms.
Okay.
And also for the council's information, the boards and commissions are all 3-year terms except for the PTC. That is a 4-year term. So under the proposal to have potentially the limit of 3 terms, that's 12 years in total for PTC.
Thank you. And then finally, I agreed with the vice mayor's kind of concerns with all these appointments being consolidated in May during our busiest time of the year. I'm curious, does staff share those concerns? I mean, I have those concerns as a council member. I'm curious how staff feels about that on your end.
I'll go ahead and take that one, Molly, if you
I
like.
think that's for you, and then potentially for the departments that support the commissions as well.
I think so too. From the clerk staff, I think it's problematic to have all of them in May. Council would have to be very disciplined to not want to interview all the applicants and sort through them ahead of time. And otherwise, as you've seen in the last interviewing that you did, I think you had a 4 or 6 hour schedule for interviewing. And that was not all of the boards and commissions, but you did interview all the applicants. So from my point of view and ours, it would be problematic.
Okay, Councilmember Filson.
Well, that's interesting. I was going to ask something actually pretty similar to that, but so actually, let me start with the spring though. I agree with Jeff Greenfield. I think May is a busy time. Is there any reason that we couldn't do it along the timetable that the vice mayor suggested, which is, I think application periods in January, interview periods in February, we make appointments sometime in March. Is there any reason we couldn't do that from staff's perspective?
There is no reason, however, when we have a brand new city council being seating, they might not know the commissioners. And so maybe if it was pushed out to the beginning of February to start the recruitment and March, and then maybe April 1st, they take effect. This also allows for UAC, who has a lot of input on the utilities budget, to be able to come in and be able to speak on it also.
Although, how long is the application period? The window to submit applications?
So the municipal code states 15 days. However, we have been doing it longer,
right.
4 to 6 weeks in order to have enough.
That's my recollection too. So, I mean, if we wanted to keep a 4 to 6 week application window, then unless we wanted to start it in December or something like that, in practice, we couldn't start interviewing until beginning of early February anyway, right? On the other hand, even if there's new council members and so forth, that's sort of independent of the actual application period, right? So, so suppose we were to split the difference a little bit and say the application period went till early February, and then we get a week or two to decide who to interview, how many to interview, and then we actually do the interviews, and maybe we could do all that in like 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and then new appointments would be roughly mid-March.
It's probably doable.
Probably doable. Okay. So appointments at some time in March is something that makes sense to me. Yeah, I wanted to say I remembered something about state law and specifically for the PTC. So it's 4 years for those. So I can see 3 years for the other ones, especially the UAC, which is pretty technical too, or it can be pretty technical. 12 years is a long time for PTC. What if we were to do 3 years for everything, or 3 terms for everything, but 2 for the PTC?
That's council's choice. It's discretionary for you to decide.
Okay.
You could do that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd support that. And then 1 period or 2, I'd rather do them all in March, but that's a lot of interviews at one time. How many interviews do we typically, if we were going to do all of them in March, how many interviews would we be doing?
Jessica, do you want to take a ballpark on that? I'd
Yeah.
probably say close to 30 or so.
30.
Jessica, do you want to comment?
30.
I could look back in a second and get a good number, but I would say it would be actually more than 30 for
More
all
than
of them.
30.
I would say close to between 40 and 50 would be a more accurate number.
Between 40. I mean, we're going to do them all in the space of a year, but then do you do them all at once or space it out? Okay. Well, I guess I'll, I guess I'll listen for more discussion on that point. Well, I think about 40 or 50. Okay, thanks.
So I'll jump in. So just a question on stormwater again. So I understand it's different, but should we align it in terms of rules and process and everything else?
You know, I will need to confirm this through some research, but I believe that my initial thought is that that's your discretion. If you'd like to do that, you may. I have to confirm that there's no state law reason or nothing in the bond measure that would override that.
Okay. It just seems like while we're cleaning it up, let's look at all of them. So again, I remember we've gotten a lot of conversations. You know, Alice and I spent a lot of time on the handbook and working through this. And again, it was this trade-off of expertise and how long somebody should serve versus getting more participation. I think we ended up with the list we did because we had a lot of applicants for some of those boards, like Parks and Rec and like the Art Commission. I mean, you know, if the majority is going more towards 3 instead of 2, again, I think it's okay. Again, with the exception of PTC, I agree with Councilmember Phillips that 12 years sounds like a long time. So if we did 3 for 3-year commissions and 2 for the 4-year commission, that's 8 or 9 years. You know, versus what could be 6. And there's no, you know, requirement that we reappoint an incumbent, and we don't always do that either. So I do still support trying to do all the interviews in the spring, and I've been one of the strongest advocates for this. We've seen it multiple times. It's not just campaign season, it's the kind of lame duck appointments when you have an outgoing council who picks a bunch of people and then they're gone, right? And so, you know, as it was said, I think either we have to get very disciplined and do something that we haven't done, which is filter who we're going to interview, and basically, you know, we always have a council item to choose who we're going to interview. So we always have the opportunity to say we're going to interview these 5 people or these 10 people. But again, if we moved it up to the timeline that Councilmember Phillips was suggesting, excuse me, maybe we can spread it out to have a couple of interview dates in late February, March. Excuse me a second. And again, I think there's another benefit there in that all the commissions would be fully staffed as they go into their work plan and retreat for the year, and it'd all be aligned with the budget process. So you basically would hit August with a completed work plan, completed staffing on commissions. I guess one thing I hadn't thought of too much, Molly, you had said we could make the ordinance effective at a different date, like in 2022. Is there any difference in saying the ordinance starts effective January 2022 versus saying it the ordinance would apply to people whose terms end after January 2022? That's essentially the same thing.
It is essentially the same thing. That's correct. So
okay.
The difference between those two things would be whether you do any appointments in this December. In under one scenario you would, and under the other scenario you would not. And then in any case, you would need to say that all the sitting commissioners whose terms currently expire either in December or in May are moving to some new date. And so you would want to extend then and be clear about who's moving where to the new schedule.
Okay. I'm a little torn on the holdover question. You know, I wondered what would happen if we just said there was no holdover. And again, I'm interested in kind of having the current terms expire as scheduled. So I wonder if we do one last fall interview, you know, and then the ordinance comes into effect, I guess, in January. That's kind of where I am. Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, just a couple comments, then I'll take a stab at a motion. So I don't think we're talking about whether term limits are good or bad. That's a false choice in our discussion. It's actually where we should set term limits and how do we balance our desire to have a turnover versus our desire to also retain some valuable institutional knowledge and capability. As Mayor said, we don't reappoint everybody and not everybody reapplies. So if we have three-year terms for those boards that are on 3 years cycles, we'll get a mixture of people who are new and people who have been medium time and a few that might be in a third term. We're not going to be all people with 3 terms. I also agree with Councilmember Philseth and the mayor that PTC, given their 4-year terms, I think it's more appropriate to have 2 terms there. That would be the same with Stormwater. I think they're 4 years as well. And so I think both of the boards that are 4-year terms, we should go for 2 terms. And then they're all 8 to 9 years for everybody, maximum. So I think on that note, I'll try a motion. There's so many elements to this thing, so hopefully I'll capture it correctly. One is that we would have 3 terms for all of the boards and commissions that are each term is for a 3-year period. So that would be that the only 2 that would be 2 terms would be PTC and Stormwater. Second, that we would have these smaller elements of a half term counts as a term. Oh, and I should say that when we get done with this motion, whatever the city attorney says in terms of whether it needs to go back for a rewrite of the ordinance in the first reading. The second, though, is the look back period of 1 year would be included. Third, a 6-month maximum holdover. And then also a requirement of a minimum of a 1-year break for anybody that was termed out. And then I do want to propose 2 recruitment periods. One that would, and I'll put it in terms of the month in which the recruitment would commence. That's not the month in which the appointment would occur. So one period that would be commence in January, and that would include, I think, the 3 commissions that have more of a political consideration sometimes to the appointment, and that's how we get away from this lame duck appointment even more. And those would be, in my mind, the Planning and Transportation Commission, the Human Relations Commission, and the Architectural Review Board. And people can, we can agree or disagree on which ones would be there, but all the others would commence in August on the openings. And that the effective date of the new ordinance would be for any terms that are completed after January 1st, 2022. So that's essentially when this would take effect. And I think it captured things. If I got it wrong, I'm sure people will speak up.
After there's a second, I do have a couple clarifying questions.
Great. So I'm done if there's a second.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your motion further, Vice Mayor Burt?
Nope. I think I've spoken to it.
Okay. Councilmember Stone?
No, I don't think I have anything to add. I think this encompasses my feelings on the best way to pursue. So I thank the Vice Mayor for the motion.
Sorry, Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, I just regret that I can't support this. I think if I've interpreted correctly, then it's someone who is serving now would be able to serve another 6 years, 2 more terms, 2 more 3-year terms. And, that doesn't.
I'm sorry, can I, thank you for raising that. I neglected to include that. If I may make a modification that addresses that issue?
Certainly.
Thank you. So an additional element would be no commissioner, including current serving ones, would be allowed to serve more than 3 terms consecutively. Is that stated clearly enough? Yeah. Sorry, and if the seconder agrees, sorry for that, but I knew I had left something out.
So just to clarify.
Or the 2 terms for the 4-year appointment.
Oh, yes, that's right. It should be stated that way as well. Sorry.
It's more than 2.5 terms, I guess.
Yeah, they can't serve more than, so I should put it differently. So for any board or commission with 3-year terms, no current commissioner would be allowed to serve more than 9 years consecutively. And for boards and commissions with 4-year terms, no commissioner would be allowed to serve more than 8 years consecutively. Does that capture it correctly?
That is clear. It may be when we think about it, which we're going to spend some time doing tomorrow as well as tonight, because that's how you write decent and clear laws. We might decide that subsumes the look back rule and just get rid of the look back.
Okay. Well, we'll seek that in clarification. My apology for jumping in there, but I was remiss to not include that. Let me give the floor back to Councilmember Cormack.
Okay. We're not going to kick somebody off who's already served 9 years, right? We wouldn't want to get into. I just want to. I'm sure that the staff will look at it tomorrow. I appreciate the attempt to split the recruitments in half. I would certainly prefer that we be more disciplined. On at least one occasion, I suggested that we not interview everybody, and we did cut down the list. So I think we could totally do it. December has always been difficult. I think it's not just because people are busy. There are other things going on in the world. So I never liked that to begin with. I guess. Well, I mean, I'm not opposed to having 2 recruitment periods this way. I guess one thing we do lose is the idea of doing the training, right? We're establishing this training for new boards members and commissioners, so we'd have to do that twice. Okay, this is way better, but I'm still not convinced that 9 years is the right. It's just awfully close to a decade. And given the number of really quality applicants we've gotten in so many of these, that I'm not sure I'm willing to go that far. But thanks for the motion, and it's definitely closer.
Could I step in with a question, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of complexity here with what's proposed with respect to realigning which commissions are appointed in January and which are appointed in August. It does not match the current setup as between December and May. So in other words, it's not as simple as extending the December folks to January, February, and the May folks to August.
Which ones are problematic?
So it still could be done. It just means that some will be lengthened quite long to catch up to the new time period. So currently in December, which under the proposal would move to January, is PTC. But the other ones that are proposed for January are currently recruited in May. That's HRC and, oh, no, I'm wrong. ARB is also in December. So it's just the one. HRC is recruited in May, and you're proposing to move it to January. So it could be that the extension goes that length of time and then brings that to January. And then on the other side, May is public art, UAC. Those would move to August. But then in December, you have Parks and Rec and HRB, and that would move then from December all the way to August.
So based on that, I would be fine with readjusting that. So I think you said ARB, so that could be moved to August?
ARB is in December. The December list is
sorry.
ARB, HRB, Parks and Rec, and PTC. So it's the 3 planning commissions and Parks and Rec in December.
Okay, so I'm not holding all that in my head, but can we, maybe you could just come back with the adjustments so that I think the most important one is to have PTC commence in January, and the rest I'm pretty flexible on, just to make it work better.
Okay, so
I'll
then
wait for you to adjust that. Yeah.
Yeah, so then we would move then all of the December recruitments essentially back 1 month. It's not very far. So that would be then PTC, ARB, HRB, and Parks and Rec. And your May recruitments would move to August, and those would be Human Relations. Oh, why do I have planning and transportation in 2 places on this table in the staff report? Oh dear, we have a mistake. See, we get confused too. How many times do we look at this?
Okay, if you want to double check that while others
I
are
will.
talking, and then we'll just sort it out along the lines of what you're suggesting.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay. Appreciate your patience.
Molly, it is HRB, ARB, PTC, and PARC in December now. And all the others are in the spring, or were in the spring.
Okay. All right.
All right, so let me take a crack at this.
Sorry,
So,
as long as the seconder is good with those changes.
Yes.
So overall, I think this motion is pretty good. I think my only disagreement is with C. So I would try, I guess, the substitute. Do I have to do an entire substitute motion, or can I just do a substitute for C?
Why don't you propose an amendment?
I'll try a friendly amendment, but I don't think it'll be supported, which would be just to recruit for all boards and commissions commencing in January.
I just quickly say, I think the number is closer to 50. And so I'd decline that one.
Okay, so I'd make that an unfriendly amendment.
Second.
Okay. So again, we're going to do these interviews. We can decide not to interview all applicants. We're not going to do 50 in one night. So we're still going to schedule multiple nights of interviews. They would just all happen in March. But again, I see a lot of efficiency in terms of training, in terms of the work plan. And again, just really kind of getting all the boards and commissions on the same cycle. Councilmember Cormack.
Having spent a lot of time on this, I think we started when Councilmember Filseth was mayor, which seems like a really long time ago.
I'm not that old.
It's just a long time ago. I would like us to try this, and I believe we can do it. And I think it's a great way to start the year, right? So everybody says certain times aren't busy, but I feel like we're always busy, and I'd like us to try to do this. I think it's the most efficient way to do it.
Okay, any other comments on the amendment? Councilmember Koo.
On the amendment, you have the recruitment commencing in January. Do you need to put in the interview and appointment?
We don't need to put in the interview, but thank you, Councilmember Koo. We were just texting about that in the background. We do need to identify the time that the term begins, and council can always be late on that. But based on your discussion, and we'll confirm with the clerk that this timing works. He suggested January to start the recruitment, so we would say that appointments will be made in March, and for August they'd be made in October.
Okay, would you consider that?
Yeah, that's acceptable.
Oh, it was for the amendment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it would need to be consistent for either the original motion or the amendment.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking to the amendment right now.
Right.
Is that what I'm supposed? Yeah, I'm supposed to be talking to amendment.
Right.
Okay.
So again, I don't think we said, terms beginning in March, so it could happen anytime in March. But you're saying it could be late. Okay. Yes, that's acceptable.
Yes.
Okay, I suggest we vote on the amendment. Starting with Vice Mayor Burt.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, I think we should try it.
I'll vote yes, and Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment passed. So we're back to the original motion. Any other comments on the original motion?
So then just to clarify, council members, then what we would be coming back to you with is an ordinance that has you going ahead and making your appointments this December. But after that, all terms will be extended to expire in March. So you'll start your recruitments. So the ones that are currently going to be expiring in December of 2022, they'll be extended to March of 2023. And the one in May of 2022 will go to March of 2023. And this will happen for several years. This actually takes 3, maybe 4 years actually to play itself all the way out, this transition. So everybody's term gets a little longer, just like when council went from odd years to even years.
Assuming people don't
What's
leave
that?
the commission early. Assuming people didn't quit, and then we'd have to just
Correct.
release.
If individuals decided that interfered with their plans and expectations, they could resign early, of course, and then you would decide what to do.
Okay,
We would recommend, based on this, the fact that you're now proposing to move all of the commissions, that we do come back with a second first reading, a new first reading.
Yeah, okay.
We can do in June.
Councilmember Filseth.
Tom, you realize that the big crunch in February and March with the 50 interviews, you realize you and I aren't going to have to do that.
Councilmember Ku.
Molly, I'm sorry. I'm going to make you repeat this maybe, but I'm trying to understand. So in fall of this year, we're still going to have interviews?
That's the proposal.
That's the proposal.
That's what the motion says.
It
So
says,
it's not,
okay.
it's not required, but that's what's being proposed, is that you go ahead and do your regular, that the terms that are set to expire, you'll have a handful of them from various commissions in December of 2021, that will still expire in December of 2021. So you'll do recruitment whenever the clerk starts that in October or something, and go ahead and go through that process. But after that, then you'll be moving to that January time. So you won't actually do the January recruitment and the March appointment until 2024. No, 2023.
2023, I think.
Yeah, 2023.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We had to make a little chart, a little map in my office to make sure that we understood where everybody was going.
You send us that chart. Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, I guess I wonder why we would wait to do this in next year. Couldn't we just make this effective in September of this year and then pull everything forward? Is that possible, Ms. Stump?
Yes, it's a policy decision that could be done.
Okay, and maybe the maker could just share his thoughts on why we're delaying implementation.
To be blunt, because it would mean extending people whose terms are ending this year.
Well, but we're gonna have to do that at some point anyway, right? I'm actually asking the vice mayor who made the motion about the date.
I think it's just a clean start at the beginning of the year. I prefer it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we go ahead and vote. I think we're starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
And Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, the saga continues. So we will come back with a first reading.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, did you vote?
I vote yes.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. All right, so we would come back on consent with the new first readings. Your June calendars are very crowded, unless council tells us otherwise.
It could come on consent though, right?
It can. It's lawful to do that. It's a policy question. Mr. City Manager, do you have any input?
No concerns. I think it makes sense to come back on consent.
All right.
Okay, so we're now at councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Ku.
Just quickly, I just wanted to say that May was Asian American Pacific Islander Month. And I think the total number of events and activities that happened in May to celebrate AAPI was about 30. So I would have to say it was quite successful. And I'm pretty exhausted, but it was great. Thank you for the city support, for Mr. Shikada's support, and for Ms. Horgan Taylor's support. And the mayor's, yeah, thank you.
Kudos to Councilmember Ku, I think, who personally ran the Zoom for many of those. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to remind everyone, tomorrow, starting at 5:30, both Gunn and Palo Alto High Schools are going to be having their graduations, and they're going to be in person. I know at Pali, we have close to 500 grads who have already RSVP'd to graduate in person. So I think that's just really exciting. If anyone told me back in September or even January that we were going to be having in-person graduations, I would have thought you were crazy, but here we are, and kind of a good sign of of where we're headed. And I think just really exciting for the accomplishments of our seniors in the community who have sacrificed so much, but who have also accomplished so much during this crazy pandemic.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, first, bravo to the graduating seniors. And then first, I wanted to just provide a little update on the San Francisco Creek JPA. One of the things that we discussed at our recent retreat and then again at the last board meeting is we have, as of now, a funding gap for the Pope Chaucer Bridge. And that whole segment, I should say. But we don't know whether we're going to be able to fill that gap through some grants rather than to have the partner agencies need to contribute. And so there was a discussion as to whether to kind of enter into some kind of a negotiation on partner agencies' contributions. And the decision has been made for right now. No, let's not do that. Let's cross that hurdle when we come to it, if and when we do, and when we know the size of the gap, if there is a gap. We're pretty hopeful with some sizable funding, including funding from the Army Corps of Engineers as well. So we'll keep you posted. The other item that I wanted to address is the real tragedy that occurred with the VTA employees. And it has really shaken the VTA. This occurred right on the heels of what we thought was a big event, which was a cyber ransom that occurred. And this just overwhelmed everything. And I would say that we have something like 2,000 workers in VTA, a little over that, and it's just a shock and trauma to all the people who work at VTA. We had one on Thursday morning. I frankly, in the first day, I and other board members wanted to stay out of the hair of those people who were contending with the emergency. Then we had a press conference Thursday morning focusing on not the incident, but on the needs of the employees. And then there was a very large vigil at San Jose City Hall that I think had probably close to 2,000 people attending. And people came in from around the country with all of the transit community nationwide is really being as sympathetic and supportive as possible. We've even had local Samtrans and buses from the East Bay help support our needs, as we not only did a temporary shutdown of light rail, but it's now somewhat indefinite. We don't know if it's weeks or months before light rail will commence. The primary light rail maintenance and operation yard are still a crime scene. And so this VTA staff is just trying to sort out those next steps, but it will create a real service gap. They temporarily did bus bridges and are not being able to continue. That was the announcement today. The board has not had a full briefing on that. So I hope that tonight we'll end the meeting in memory of the workers who died and several of them who were truly heroic in their efforts to help their colleagues. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka.
Really quick. I know, I think officially we're supposed to start our council meetings at 6. And I'm thinking like for lighter agendas, well, I think tonight's a bit of a lighter agenda. We're ending about 10:30. I'm thinking that it might be good for the community to, especially for the working community, to be able to participate in meetings if we kind of go back to our regularly scheduled time versus a special meeting every time. So maybe that's something that we could think about for future meetings, just to be more inclusive for the community, especially for people that are at work.
I have one brief announcement. So we're going to have World Music Month this June. Usually it's World Music Day on Father's Day, but we're going to have live music on University and Cal Ave each weekend this month. There's about 30 different musicians who are going to be playing in 1 hour slots at 4 different locations. So hopefully you guys can check that out. And so I would like to join the meeting with a moment of silence for the victims and families of the shooting at the VTA last week. Okay, thank you. And meeting adjourned.